right, I hope this game runs okay. Anything I should worry about here, Jay? Oh shit, I mean, I do have more cameras. Like, I do need to set more things on me so you guys can see more. Oh no, we're out of focus again. There we go. I don't know why it keeps doing it. It's so weird. Look at this long cable I got for charging. That's crazy. They make sure they give you a good range. Pretty hardcore. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. I like hardcore, man. We'll try it out. We're gonna do a let's play demo time. Tree Pang 2. Never heard of this game. So we got everything set up there. I believe for the most part we do. All right, let's go ahead and get started with it. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get started with it, guys. All right, so welcome everybody. I want to introduce you guys here to the channel here at Trix Gaming. Thank you so much for tuning in. Now, one thing I do want to mention today, we're playing a demo called Tree Pang 2. This was actually a game requested by one of my moderators, aka Zero Seeker or J13J. Most of you will know who that is. And the door just seemed to have magically just fallen into my screen. So it looks like things are changing while we're sitting here at the main screen, guys. So it's pretty interesting to see how this is actually going about with this. So we'll be doing some live commentary while we're playing. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask me or the mods. I'm gonna try to focus a little bit more on the gaming part, so make sure, guys, if you have questions and I don't answer them directly, feel free to speak to my moderator teams. They're here for you guys as well. They pretty much know just as much as I know, so what they can answer or I can answer, they can answer just as good as well. Okay, so I believe we have all our last minute preparations here pretty much finalized. I think we're ready to really get started here. Right? Yo, I believe you. My charger for my headphones is longer than my phone cord too. Yeah. All right, so I was amazing my son today because like I'm doing double like apps on my phone. So like I was playing 2 Clash Royales and he's like, "How do you do that?" Like it shocked him. It was amazing. I love like making his day. Preparation H ready? What is that? All right, guys. First thing we like to do is before we start off with anything, let's make sure the game's not too loud. Looks like we have a lot of different things here. Master volume, I'm gonna bump down to like 80. Right? Voice, we're gonna bump down to like 85. Everything we're gonna do like 85, guys, just to kind of be safe about it, right? Why not? Interface, I think we're gonna do like 70. Okay, mouse, I think we'll keep everything the way it is. We have some keys here, guys. So here's some of the controls. You know, your basic WASD was gonna be your movement. Wow, the game even supports controller. Wow, that's interesting. We have jump with spacebar, crouch, left control, the pretty common sense usual, left slot, and left alt will be slide. Wow, that's such an awkward slide button. Why couldn't it be like C or something? Is C being used for something else? R to reload, G grenade, Z to cycle grenade. Okay, so X and C doesn't seem to be used yet. Q and E's focus, cloak. Wow, we got a lot going on here, guys. Yeah, we're not even using slide. We're doing C. I don't like the I don't like that. It's such a weird. Okay, let's see what this demo's all about, guys. Here we go, and let's start a new game. So we got campaign, horde, and horde 2. We're gonna do campaign just so we can kind of get a feel of what the game is. We're gonna keep it on normal. That's what I'm gonna keep it on anyway. Okay. All right. Using the 2v2s by yourself, right? But yeah, well, most people do it with like 2 phones. I'm doing it on the same phone. So it's like, it's really good. I like it. All right. I think we're good, guys. Let's go ahead and see what this demo is going to be all about here. Hold on. First of all, before we do anything, one thing I like to do, guys, is make social media announcements. And I need your guys' help for this. So if you guys don't mind, go ahead and feel free to post this for me. I'm going to go ahead and make a post as well. All right, we'll go ahead and keep the music rolling so we got some kind of entertainment going on here. All right, so I'm going to go here. First, we're going to go ahead and start off on the IG, guys. And I got the picture that I want to use, which is going to be that one right there. We're going to do the tree painting too, and I'll put a little picture of me on there so that way style it up at least just a little bit here. All right. Let's try this out, see what's going to happen here today. Okay, we'll make the post here. All right. Changing it. Demo day with 2007. Gonna test out. Yo, I can't even type today. A game called #TreePang2, right? There's only 20 posts on that right now. There's not much, but it's a demo game. Come join us and hang out. Chat with us. We have all right, so we made that post just now, which is good. You're right. All right, that's been posted. All right, I'm actually gonna go ahead and post this on player.me as well, guys, because I like this. It's a pretty cool looking site. All right. There we go. Things are looking good. They're looking great right now. Looking great. All right. I think I'm actually going to just go ahead and do it this way too. Oh, I can't wait. You made it sound like a really good game, Jace. I'm really excited to see what this game is going to be about. Right now I'm just making some social posts, guys. Let everybody know, hey, we're live. We're playing a demo here right now, guys. That's exactly what we're doing. We're playing a demo. What else do I need to post this time? I think we're good. Okay. All right. Yeah, but too much gore in a card game, though. I think we kind of all know where that's going to lead to, right? All right, let's get started with the game. I think we had enough spot. We're going to go ahead and start it up. Let's try this game and see what it got for us. Right now, it looks like we're holding a steady 60 FPS. TreePang Studios presents. Like the music, it's giving me like that Egypt vibe. Egyptian. Wow, it's got video and everything. Look at that. I thought this was supposed to be like an indie game. Looks pretty good to me. It already has an M rating? Yeah, I believe it. Well, it doesn't want to get above an M rating because, what was it, even Agony had it reduced some of the nudity in the game, because if they didn't, it would have been considered an adult game, and their sales just wouldn't have hit as much as they would have wanted it to be. Oh.
Bag 2.
Bring on the action. What am I doing? Choosing a language? Oh, what the hell? Yo, what's going on here? We got a door that just opened. I like the graphics. Hold on. Oh my god. Before we do anything, options. I completely forgot about graphic settings. Field of views, 80. Probably want to keep it there. Resolution scale, everything's already max. View distance scale. X cold, volume, voltage, and cold distance. I should probably max it all the way up. TSAA. Yeah, I like that better than FXAA. Okay, Epic. I'm gonna assume Epic's the max. Motion blur. I want 0. VSync. We'll keep it off. Carnage. How many bullet holes, blood, corpse, gibs, etc. remains before disappearing? Warning. Going above high can be very resource intensive. Well, I guess we'll keep it on high. But what if I go here? Insane? Epic? We'll do epic. How's that? We're gonna do that too. Oh yeah, we're getting full FPS anyway, so it's all good, guys. We ain't got much to worry about. So what do we got here? Signal, get out. What's wrong with my hand? Am I tied up or something? Oh, I am tied up. I'm a prisoner? Oh my god! Oh wait, I'm a soldier! I got combo boots. I got military pants. I'm a soldier. Yo, why is the floor so reflective? So what the hell am I supposed to do out here? Yo, man. Yeah, I can't get out, guys, but I look pretty comfortable. Oh, we can close the door. Okay. Door's locked. We're not going that way. System message connecting. Oh, these doors are locked. Why? Alright, is the game running good for you guys? Is it running pretty good? Yo, I'm about to bump the volume up on this one. We're about to get epic into this scene. Alright. Hey, this is the loading screen, right? Yeah, this is the loading screen room. Am I looking through boxes or something? Seems like all the doors are locked. I'm seeing color coordinated here, maybe red or orange. Some of the doors are white, so white would mean that's... What the hell's going on? Somebody's knocking things down, guys. Not cool, man. Not cool. I'm sure our game's running good. Yeah, it's running really.
We are under attack by unknown elements. Execute Operation Bright Star immediately.
Can't open that door. It's running really good. Look at that. This is what I love about indie games, bro. A PC can run these. I got into a really deep discussion, by the way, guys, earlier about maybe I'm possibly going to go AMD next round. I do want to change my motherboard and I want to change my processor. I can legit keep my entire rig, but I think I really want to change my processor and my motherboard. My motherboard gets hot. Like right now it's at 42 degrees Celsius. It shouldn't be that hot. What the hell is going on here? Yeah, all these color doors, they seem locked, so I don't think we're going to be able to get through these color doors. Holy crap! Stay out of the light. They're looking for you.
I ain't calling until I see a dead body. Sweep the sector. Copy that. Initiating search.
Oh, they're looking for me. Oh, they're looking for me. Okay. So what they do, they just lock the doors? They locked it up, guys. They locked it up. Wow, there's something going on out there, guys. What's going on over here? I can't see anything. It's too dark. Oh, shoot. These guys are moving in. Up, 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 up. All right. I see a couple of the guards. It says stay out of the light. Follow the darkness. So what am I doing? Am I magically like blowing light bulbs?
Subject 104 down.
Oh yeah, we're in a prison, guys. This is like maximum security here. Stay in the shadows. Stay in the shadows here. Yo, what's going on, Skylines? How are you? Right? Oh gosh, we got moving boxes in this game. All right, let's go ahead and move it in.
I'll cover you. Go, go, go. Copy that. Advancing.
I don't know if they're gonna see me behind this rack or not. Yo, okay. Let me get my chair ready. Hold on. Bump it up just a little bit. Get the springs up in there so I can sit a little higher, guys. I feel like I'm sitting so low. Okay, now I'm sitting a little too high. Hold on. Right here is perfect. Oh, it's gonna hurt the hand. Now I'm sitting a little too high. Hold on. Right here. There we go. It's perfect. Okay, I can't. Oh my god, the box was moving and I thought it was footsteps. Somebody opened the box. What the hell happened down there? Yo, go grab that stuff. Yo, jump the fence, dude. What are you doing? You won't go down there? Why? All right, we gotta follow the story. All right, let's move it on. Oh gosh. You know what? I'm gonna change the buttons here because it looks like I'm crouching more than anything. Keys. Slide is going to be left shift. Crouch is going to be C.
Subject 102 down.
Yeah, I like.
Copy that. Moving.
Oh my gosh! Did he not see me? Woo! Ooh.
Let's take a look. Solid copy. Reporting ASAP. Hostile in.
Oh, what am I supposed to do? Oh! Oh my god! Oh no!
I'm moving. They're coming.
Oh my gosh! I don't think they're gonna know I'm back here. Yo, I almost died. Guys, we almost got obliterated. Hold on. What's the Q button for? I don't remember what Q is. Q is focus. But there's nothing to focus on.
All right, let's find this asshole.
We got a little too cocky and carried away. They definitely detected us. That rack seems very visible. It was. The blue rack, it was. I don't know what I was thinking. I really don't, guys. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Yeah, I just figured out that we can cloak. I didn't know I had any of that quite yet, so that's interesting. These guys are still here. Look. Wow. Can't like choke on them?
Split up and search! Don't let him get away! Your command looks fine to me.
They won't move until I move? All right. Well, we're gonna have to figure this one out. Wait, the controller works? Oh my god, look guys, the controller works. Oh. All right, here we go. All right, I got an idea. They don't know I ran over here. But they're gonna keep looking in this area. There's gotta be a way where I can get behind them or something. Like, I can't attack. How do I gotta get these cups off?
Don't let up! Spread out and search! Come on, let's find him!
You hope this game comes out. Yo, this is more interesting than I thought it would be. Like, I'm gonna get so mad now because this is like the story, right? Like, the nice little teasing prologue. I like it though. Okay, I gotta get past these guys.
Subject 107 down.
Blinking the chem lights!
Oh, yes! I see the crouch, yeah. Yo, these graphics, though. Look at this. Yo, I could get, like, mesmerized sitting right... Oh, that lens flare. Look, I can get mesmerized. That, like, this right here. Beautiful background. Like, I can probably use this. Like, oh my gosh. I love this. Yeah, I'm gonna make a quick GIF on this because this is absolutely beautiful. I love it. All right, guys. Okay, that's being created now as we speak. I like that. That looks really nice. Let me actually I'm gonna make a tweet about this. Now they have a tag, right? Is there like a way to tag this company on social media? Join the amazing hashtag Pang2 at TreePang2 maybe? I don't know. I don't think it's gonna tell me right here though, so I'll just have to do this. Oh well. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. There we go. I made that tweet for you guys. All right, let's go. I love that fan, though. That fan was nice. Look at this. Like, it's not lagging, but I get like this tiny jitter. But because it's a demo, I'm not gonna complain about it.
Subject 108.
TreePang Studios? Really? Really? Oh, let me follow this company. Wow, they're only following 3 people. They ain't playing. But that might be the team. Okay, dang it. Oh. I'm gonna do this. I got an idea. I can't update my post, can I? Of course I can. I can comment on it though, right? Would that work? If I comment on a tweet though, would that count? You know what? I don't even care. It's all good. All right, let's go. Yeah, what's the release date on this game? What are we looking like? Well, we're in a whole new area. Man, look at the walls, man. Does each brick have like its own set of texture? Gosh, these men are getting butchered.
Subject 101 down.
Yo, what's going on? What's up with all these subjects? Why is it so dark over there?
That should be it. I think we got them all.
Ooh.
Anyone have eyes on subject 106?
So just a random pair. Thank you.
All units be advised. Subject 106 is still active. Proceed with caution.
Yo, what's up, Metal? How are you, bro? Oh, we got melee? Well, how do I zoom? Oh, we got crosshairs in this game? I don't need a crosshair. Why did they give us crosshair like that? So it's like Counter-Strike, we don't aim? Oh, we only got to tap the E. And now we can sprint cloak, see? What the? Yo, that slide is real. This guy, look at this guy. Wow, he really went for military training. He ain't playing. He can slide sideways? What? Been doing fine. That's good, bro. I'm really happy for you. What about flashlight? Can we turn it on or off? No? Just kind of stuck with it on. There's got to be something here. Fire weapon, cycle weapon, melee attack. Yeah, there is no... Flashlight is T? Oh, because F is interact. Then what the heck is spacebar? Jump. Oh, shoot, T? That's such a weird button. Oh yeah, we ain't playing around. We ain't playing no more. Oh, we can jump obstacles now. Oh, it's on, boy. Come on, who's here? I got a gun now. I ain't afraid to use it. Man, this guy can really climb. F, I think, turns it on or off. Yeah, it's T. Right. Yeah, I thought it was F2. That's your most, because F, flashlight. Flashlight, yeah. Yeah, right underscore. Yeah, you're right, bro. Alright, let's get going, guys. Take a look around, see what we got here. We got some boxes, some barrels. We got some nice, beautiful looking shiny pipes. They kind of look like Jolly Rancher pipes, right? Jolly Rancher pipes? What the hell is that? The random valve just sitting here. Is this the Unity engine? Holy shoot! Yo, this guy could dodge! Ah, this man is crazy. Now, sliding... Oh! Oh, yeah. That's how we do it, buddy. Holy shoot. Intel. Okay. How do I gotta really read this one word for word? Press left control to slide. All right. Well, the highlighted part is probably the most important. Confidentially warning. The information contained in this is confidential. It is intended for only the use of the individual's name above use on the site 14. Can't read, man. These words are so tiny. There's got to be a way to zoom in. Oh. Any distribution or copying is prohibited. If you have received this memorandum, whatever it is, guys, I don't know. Memory object, an error that found itself outside of site 14. Notify your local administration immediately and destroy all copies. So oh my gosh. That sounds really good, Meadow. Sounds really good, bro. That box just went flying. It did. Okay. With these military soldiers, who are you guys? Where'd your weapons go? How your face look? Holy shoot, what the? Yeah, look at that. Here, let's turn him around. Let's turn him around. That's right. Turn around there, buddy. Gotta make it look like it was an accident. Okay. Let's get your legs in the air. Come on. Come on. Rad dog. I love it. Holy shoot! Yeah! Oh my god! Oh! I've been dead. Oh wait, he got shot in the gut. Someone shot him in the gut. We just solved a crime. Somebody shot this man. Oh, your leg is in the ground now. I think we almost buried him, guys. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? By the way, you shouldn't be messing with the dead like this guy. This is very... Holy shit! Wait! Oh! Wait, was that blood here? Or did I make more blood? I made more blood? Yo, his body disappeared, guys. Oh, I was having fun with the body. Oh, man. All right, let's get going. Door's locked. We're not going that way. Just jump down. All right, flashlight T. Okay, we grabbed some health kits, which is good. See, the yellow door works. Okay. All right. His boot is gone. My leg. All right. I can't believe I just did that. Was I here before? No, I don't think we was ever here before, but I think we've been... Wait, am I allowed down there? Okay, I'm real good at breaking barriers, so let's go. Nope, it didn't let me. Okay, okay. Ah. Oh, not gonna work. All right, we're going in the vent. Let's go. I was trying to get out the map, but that's not happening. Which way am I going? There's different directions to go here, guys. I love those fans.
This is Foxtrot.
Holy shoot.
Investigating the maintenance tunnel.
The maintenance tunnel. Oh, turn off your flashlight when enemies are nearby. The light will give away your position. Okay. Well, we don't want to do that now, do we? Okay. So... Well, we're not going out that way. We'll wait to the side here. And voila. Sounds like one of them is really close by, so we gotta be careful. I don't know if it's a one hit, two hit, couple hits, a grappling combo. And what the heck is focus? I don't know what focus does. Right, you should be alive if you got shot there. Well, you probably bled to death. The door is locked. You have a gun. What means you shut off the lock? Nah, I just smacked the lock. I'm still cheap with bullets. We only got 39. Right. Yeah, yeah, very true. Stardew Valley. All right, let's move it around, guys. Move it around. What about this red door? How do I take these guys out with one hit? Oh, no, you don't. Hiding in vents. You will never find me. Oh, I forgot I got these 2 mouse buttons.
Don't let him get away! Got it, Sergeant!
Grappling combo? Oh, I didn't know there was grapples in this game. Enemy spotted! Bring! Holy moly!
Whole squad is down. Changing mag!
Oh, we got people upstairs, guys.
Keep your head on a swivel, we still around here. Copy that. Initiating search.
Break the lights, guys. We don't want them to see us. We're gonna have to shoot them at some point. Hey, I was trying to save ammo, guys. Oh, I just got 61 bullets. Okay, what's around here? I forgot about the cloak too. We're gonna have to really use our abilities here, guys. I don't know how well they can see me around objects or not, so we gotta be careful here.
Contact! What do you want for?
See, so the enemy's gonna remember my last location.
Split up and search! Don't let him get away!
Got him. So what's Q? Oh, it's like Matrix. Oh, that is sweet. How often do I get to use that? I got a machine gun. Oh, yes. You guys got the big guns. What is this? In conjunction with vest type protection. What? Oh, is that like armor? Oh, that's armor. Oh, I guess that's it for everything here. Look at the way this guy died. Oh! Ooh, that's gotta hurt right in the head, too. Look at the side of his face. Yo, the bullet damage in this game is insane, guys. Okay, we got a bunch of rooms here that are clear. Let's move it around. See what else we got here. Alright, let's keep looking around and see what we can find. Alright. So far, so good. Looking pretty good. Uh-oh. Almost got ourselves killed here, guys. Shoot.
Step it off!
Semi-auto or pump? Wait. I think this is an assault rifle, right? I'm gonna go pistol. I'm gonna save my bullets, though.
Reloading!
Oh, shotgun. Nah, I'm gonna stick with this, man. There's more bullets in this bad boy. I want shotgun, but I ain't trying to... Yo, we got armor everywhere up in here. Yo, what we got? Heavy armor or light armor? Is that what that is?
Cover me, I'm going in! I got you covered, go!
Okay, watch your backs. Watch your backs here. That was great. I'm loving this like matrix system in this game. Yeah, you take that. Wow, it actually shows their bullet punctures. I shot him in the wrist, the chest, the face. Oh! Did I just kick him in the face?
Hey, your mic's muted.
What?
Your mic's muted.
No, it's not muted. I'm gonna grab the ammo and reload. Yo, this game's actually pretty good, but it's very gory. All right, let's see here. All right, so we got guts and gores everywhere, guys. Look at the, like. Okay, so where else do we need to look around here for then? Let's keep.
Echo 2, this is Echo 1. What's your status? Over.
Oh, I can get rid of the pistol? I should have done that then, right?
Your status. Over.
Yo, I'm going back. Hold up. Time out. What was that shotgun neck? Give me my shotgun. Oh yeah, boy. Yeah, we got plenty of Oh, this guy can move around like he ain't playing. It's not PG friendly. I like it. It's really good, guys. Really good so far. I love that focus, and I love where the mechanics of where this game is coming from. Oh, I lost some armor. That's why we're grabbing it. Get that light off, guys. All right, let's try to be.
Spread out and search! Come on, let's find him!
All right, so we have a couple guards in here, right? Yo, the shotgun just missed. Oh, he just flashbanged me. Don't reload it up real quick, guys. Yeah, I don't know about the shotgun too much.
I'm good! I'm good!
He shot his arm off. Oh my god. I love it. Bleed it up, baby. Bleed, baby, bleed. And like, how long does the blood gushes? Too bad there's no like bone or anything. But where does arm go? Wow, look at that bullet decal. It kind of reminds me of like the Terminator. Wait, what the? Oh my god. There's the gory arm. It's like hollow. There's nothing in there. That's like just his jacket with the blood. I literally blew his whole right or left arm off. Wow, look at that. Oh, yeah. Let's keep it up, guys. What's happening here? This shotgun is gory, dude. Oh yeah, you definitely lost everything. So these guys are wearing the same army pants I am. It's not my team? We got the same boots, pants, everything. That is bright. Oh my god, where'd your leg go? I just smacked his helmet off. He just stood right up. Look at that. Oh, I get to play with his space. And it just splattered. What the hell is that? Wow. Next to the leg. Next to the leg. Come on. Take the leg off. That's right, buddy. Come on. Come on. Both legs are off. Where'd his leg go? Oh my god. It's even got mixed like with that orange stuff. Like. Jeez. I guess it did cost them an arm and a leg for this round, for this job, right? That's it, man. That's it. That's all there is, guys. I love that the blood just stays everywhere. Like, something you see like in horror games. His hand just came off? Yep, hand just came off. Oh! The gore is like where I actually hit. That's pretty good. Jeez. Yeah, so yeah, we're testing the gore mechanics for those of you that are watching right now. We're just testing to see how accurate it is. Has anybody tried this at home? If you did, don't answer that question. Not something you want to tell the world. All right. Look at his intestines. Ooh. That is... What the heck is that? Why is that moving? Wow. All right, enough with the miring with the graphics. All right, let's keep moving. Right. I wonder what the price point is looking like for this game. This game looks like it could be interesting. I wonder if it's going to have like a good story to it too. Let's get this light off. Testing. Testing. Oh, that's my sound meter. Okay, I thought my microphone was on. I was like, wait, they can hear me? Right. Oh, what the heck? What's going on? Wait, what's this invisible barrier here? What the hell? Why can't I just go to that door? What is this? Why is it so bright? Are we a test subject? Were these the hallways before everything happened? Oh, we got recycling bins here. All right, come on. Who's... Oh, what the hell? Oh, what the... What the hell is that? Yo, I can't bite that thing? Oh! What the... Okay, that was trippy. That was trippy. I need some health. Yeah, we got aliens here. Oh gosh. Not looking too good. That got you at first too? Dude. Dude. No, I think I'm just playing on regular. This is my first run. Oh gosh, we got a guy. Oh, we got two guys? Yep, two guys. 1, 2, 3. I'm low on health. I don't like that I can't aim, but it's okay. Oh my god, they keep shooting. Oh, look at the bullet shells. Bullets are twerking. Yeah, we get plenty of ammo, so ammo is not really a factor in this game for the most part. I think that's what I just did. I think I shot a fire extinguisher, right? Is that what happened here?
I ain't calling until I see a dead body. Sweep the sector. You heard the man, let's find him.
Well, you're not gonna find me. Stay out of the light, guys. There's quite a bit of them in there, too. Looks like we got one. I hit the one next to those guys. Is that what it was? Okay. So they're still shooting the area where they think I am.
Throw the flare! Flare out! Check the perimeter. All right, let's find this asshole.
They're looking for me now, guys. There's plenty of armor around here, but I do need that health. All right, let's try to stay alive on this one. Showtime. Yeah, I appreciate the suggestion on this game, dude. I like it. Too bad it's not multiplayer, though, right? This would be such an epic multiplayer game. Wow. So good. They don't even know I'm behind them. I don't have grenades. I have 0. Yeah, this T button, whatever. You know what? I can't do this. That T button is such a long reach. I don't like it. All right, I'm gonna do for flashlight. We're gonna do this. Wait. Yeah, there we go. Make it as my one of my mouse buttons because I'm not reaching that far. Yeah, but if it's a small team like you said, I'm not expecting multiplayer, you know what I'm saying? Why are these guns standing up like that? What were you guys aiming at? We're getting, oh, thank goodness, some health. We're just gonna grab these, but this is all about subject is suffering from severe insomnia and has adapted to a habit of chattering his teeth. 2 suicide attempts were made. Okay, so we're all test subjects here. That's what's going on. All right, now I gotta get used to me. Oh dear, you gotta be kidding me. Switchboard, temperature monitoring. Okay, very nice. Try switchboard, electronic logging device today. Modern technology, transparent pricing. Incident report form. Looks like a legit report form. What's up? Oh, we just grabbed grenades. Holy man. Oh wow, I got the vents on the bottom. It's got the little thing. You can see the USB ports. I want to zoom in more, but I don't know if we can. Oh, here we go. All fixed up. All right, we got the keys. That looks pretty good. Oopsie daisy. It's almost done. Alright, let's move on, guys. Check out the next rooms here. Oh, look.
Until I see a dead body. Sweep the sector. Copy that, Sergeant.
I can't aim down sight this thing, though. Yeah, I got grenades too. I want to test the grenades so bad. Oh! Yo, okay, I need to hide for a second, guys. He's gonna come in. He's got his shield man coming for you. Right! Shoot one of the pillars? Wait, what? I don't know about this gun. This gun is good. I like the range on it. Oh, it's a shield guy. He ain't playing around. I'm gonna try to get behind him. What the hell happened there?
Moving out.
Oh! I like how the helmet's like rolling into the scene of one of his dead compadres. Ooh-wee. I like that. Can I grab the shields? No, we can't use the shields? Aw. Wow, my shotgun did all that. Okay, so now where are we going? We don't get like no map or nothing. This an elevator? Yeah, we're definitely not going this way. Locked. It's locked.
Split up and search! Don't let them get away! Copy that. Initiating search.
Nice and easy, guys. Nice and easy. Want to see a body explode? Just shoot him close range with a shotgun, right? I like the gore, though. The gore is really nice, guys. It's really impressive. I hope you guys are enjoying this game as much as I am. First time playing, absolutely loving it. I can see the challenge in it. Now, they also seem like they added a beautiful little horde mode, too, for the players to play, to try out for this demo.
Target sighted!
Oh! I got no grenades. I got 0. Oh yeah, my body's kind of covering them up. I'm sorry, guys.
Breaking the chem light.
They don't know I'm this way, which is good.
I see you!
Oh! Yo, destructible environments, guys. That's impressive. They can see me in the lights. Oh! What the?
Hey, what's your status?
Ain't no status with Jerkapod today's. Woo-wee!
Can't fucking hit him!
That's what you get. Look, he's holding his gun still, too. Let's grab all the armor we can, guys. All the armor and weapons we can. All right, let's take a look around. All the dead soldiers we took out. That was impressive. Oh, man, that is crazy. What's up, Disney? How are you, man? Yo, these are some really huge chairs. Look at this. That's crazy. Yeah, the pillars are awesome. They take bullet damage and... Told you, close range shotgun. Dude, that's epic. Man, this guy sliding is impressive. Yo, I'm enjoying this. By the time I'm getting all into it now, I don't want to beat it. I'm gonna cry, man. It just auto-saved. Why? What's bad about to happen here? He's got the slide game going. Yo, his slide game is on point. Right. Thank you so much, Disney. Yeah, definitely, guys. If you guys want to donate, up to you. Just click that link right there. Or you can just scroll down and down into the panel. You'll see it on there as well.
Don't let up! Spread out and search!
Oh, these guys got night vision. Yo, we need to reload real quick, guys. Make sure we're all reloaded on our weapons. Things are looking good. This game is dark, though. I know you guys can barely see. How do I aim? This gun looks like it would have, like, I gotta be careful here. Hold on, guys. Okay, let's figure this out, guys. Let's figure this out. I gotta unpause it real quick. Oh boy. Everybody's arms are gushing. Can I take their masks? I want that night vision, man. This looks like their little armory room. All right, guys, you know what time it is, right? All right. Yeah, look at that night vision, right? Wait, what the heck? It just disappeared. Oh my gosh. Yo, Disney, yo, I appreciate that donation, man. Thank you so much for your contributions. What's... Ooh-wee. Ooh. Yo, there's no more of this gun, guys. We gotta equip this, because if not, we're not gonna have any ammo. All right, we got all this rolling in right now. I'm gonna miss that gun, though. That was a good gun. That was like a sniper, I guess, or like a long range. Oh, there's no plans, but it would be awesome. Yeah, I think a lot of people... I think multiplayer will keep the replayability in it. You know what I'm saying? You can hear the bones crackle and pop. Yes. Oh, Disney, you're so close, bro. So there's 3 ways to get VIP. 1, subscribing. Any of the tiers, 1, 2, or 3. It doesn't matter which one. 2, a donation of $5 or more. Or 3... you can purchase it with your retro coins. I believe... I don't know the exact amount. Do we know the amount, Jay? I don't know if we know the amount. Let me check. I don't want to give you false information here. Where was it? Let me put these commands in order. Alright, so I think it was buy VIP. Yeah, it was buy VIP. Yep. Yeah, no spaces, no spaces. So where am I going now here, guys? Yeah, so those are the 3 ways. So just make sure you have the points, which you should, because you've donated before, so you should have some points. And plus, you've been here chatting with us, so you get points by being in the chat, guys. Ay. This is good. But that's good that you're in the Discord for the devs, man. Getting information about the game, Jay. These are all locked, guys. Yeah. So buying VIP will cost 1,250 retro coins. Okay, so we got full health, full armor. We got everything, guys. We're looking good. Oh, we might want to turn. This looks like this is about to be a fight in there. We got health, we got armor, we got weapons. Yeah, this looks like it's about to be a brawl fight right here. Let's be ready for it. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Disney, you just donated $6, right? You did a 4 and a 2. Oh, now that just popped in. Right. Okay, yeah, I do see it. Just make sure, like what I'll do for now, I'll do it manually, but just make sure you just do it all at one time. That way the bot will automatically give you the VIP. Give me a second. Let me get you the VIP because you just did $6. Give me a second, okay? I gotta find your account here. Where'd you go? Disney XD. Okay, we're gonna edit your account here. We're gonna give you VIP status for 30 days. And voila. Yep, do exclamation mark VIP. Just to double check and make sure that you had it. Yeah, you're welcome, Disney. No problem, bro. Thank you, by the way, for the donations. I really appreciate it. Yeah, so like next time you can just subscribe to any tier. And plus, you know, if you subscribe, you get like emojis and stuff you can use in chat. Okay, you got your VIP. Woohoo! Look at that. All right. It's okay, guys. We're all learning here. Hey, I'm even learning my channel all over again. I've been slacking. I get to relearn everything all over again, which is nice. Okay, these are done. Yeah, like those, right? Aw, thank you, Disney. I appreciate it, bro. I really do. You're very helpful. Can we get a caster shout out for Disney? I don't think Disney streams. I'm not sure Disney. I don't even know if you stream or not. But anyway, it doesn't matter. Just let's help Disney with some follows, guys. Coming in like that with the love, like that's. Wait, am I going backwards? Thank you, Disney. Yeah, we definitely just went the wrong way. So, how did this just happen? Oh yeah, I was supposed to go in this room, duh. Thank you, guys. And Jim is such a great mod. Like, honestly, I would say my most active mod as of right now. So, Jim, I appreciate your help, bro. Big time. If you ever see somebody in chat that deserves moderator and you think earns it, just let me know, dude. Honestly. The only thing is, just, you know, we have a couple requirements, making sure that they have at least enough hours in our chat and all that good stuff. You know the deal. If you forget, it's down below in the panel. This looks like it's about to be bad news. This is too big of a room. Big giant doors. Oh yeah, they're about to be coming in for sure. Look at that. They're going to be coming from all different angles. How much you guys want to bet?
Units, we have confirmation that subject 106 is in the loading bay. Sierra 1, you need to move in now.
Moving in! Someone cover me!
This is bad. This is bad. They're going to be coming in. Jim is the homie, right?
Contact!
Got him.
Pressing fire!
Oh, how dare you!
Sierra 1, give me a sit rep.
I did get a grenade. I got some grenades.
Sierra 2, move in.
Keep up the pressure, I got you covered. Copy that, I'm on the move.
Yo, these guys are coming down deep, guys. It's gonna be tough, but I think I can do it. I know you're okay, Disney. I mean, Jay. Yo, these guys are coming in deep. They are coming in deep, guys. I hope I'm ready.
Throw the chem lights!
How you do it? That's how you do it.
What's going on in there? Sierra 3,
Ho ho!
Yeah, I got you covered, throw it up! Got it, I'm going in.
I took the lights out, which is, oh gosh.
Chem light out!
But we gotta be careful, guys. Gotta be careful. Right? Thomas, what's up, bro? How's it going, man? I'm just blowing legs off, you know?
Blow it out!
These guys ain't even moving, though. For real, for real?
Chem lights! Chem light out! Throw the grenade!
Watch the shadows, guys. Watch the shadows here.
Don't let them get away! You heard the man, let's find him!
All right, they're down there, so we gotta be careful here. No, that is very true. The only thing that gets taken from the donation is PayPal. They just take a cut. So $1, I think I get like 92 cents out of it or something like that. So it's not like a full dollar I'm not gonna get. All right, let's be careful. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. How'd you see me? Whoa! You guys coming in like Sam Fisher Splinter Cell style. Are you in pain? Are you in pain? Aw. Oh, let's take out your helmet there, buddy. You can't see? Here. Let me help you out there. Here, let me fix your face. Yeah, yeah. You want to fix it? Huh? Right there. That's how we fix it. That's for you, Thomas. That's what he gets for not using his head. Oh, what the? It was in the wall. What the? Oh, you're alive. What the hell are you doing? Ugh. Why are you dying like that, bro?
Control, this is Sierra for action. Sierra 3 is KIA. Should we still move in there? Please advise. Get the fuck in there now!
Oh, they are mad. They really want to take me out, guys. I'm not letting them. I am not letting him. He is twerking it up. Yo, I'm behind him. I'm behind him.
Clear! 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 Enemy sighted!
boy, they're gonna be coming in here in a second.
I'm alright. I'm alright.
See the fire extinguisher. Oh! It's all locked up, guys. They got me trapped in here. He's playing it as a killer. Ooh! Yo, this guy got shotgun too? All right, we need to reload, guys. He's the only one alive. He's the only one we got to take out. Rescue team is landing now. Get to the helipad.
Be advised, 106.2B. Hold your fire and make sure you track safely. Say again, friendly inbound.
I think we're supposed to go the way they just came out of. Oh, okay. These are my guys? About time you guys show up. Where were you? Oh, what the? You see what I had to do? I had to do this. I had to take out all these men. And where were you guys? Huh? Nothing. Nowhere to be found. Let's take a look at this chopper here. Wow, you guys are really surrounding this chopper. All you guys were on here? See, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 people. Nobody's in the pilot seat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, we have enough seats. All right, I was just counting chairs. All right, we go bye-bye. That's impressive. Troy paying 2. That's real impressive.
juice?
Okay. Wait, what the heck is going on here, guys? They said it's not over. Why is it not over? What the? What the heck? Oh, look at that. Oh, yeah. Oh. Oh, somebody came here and butchered everybody. You guys are silly. Oh my gosh. Dude. Oh man. Where am I going? Glare at the screen edges means you are in the light enemies can see. Oh, it's teaching you more.
Search! Don't let him get away! Got it, Sergeant!
Yo, that day killed me. Oh my god, that day killed me, guys. You guys have no idea.
Contact!
What the? What the hell am I? Oh! Oh no, you're not. You get away from me! You get away from me! Come at me like that? What's wrong with you boys? When are you ever gonna learn? You don't mess with tricks. The blighting up here for you bad boys. Oh, what the? Oh! Wait, what? Am I going the right way? Something not right here? Something's not right here, guys. Right. We're missing something here. Oh. Oh, it's pretty obvious what we just unlocked. Yep, something happened here.
Keep your head on a swivel, we still around here. All right, let's find this asshole.
See, now it's going more into details of like what's going on here.
Keep running, you done. Bringing out my whole squad.
Oh, there's some... You know what? You made me work for my money. That is very true. Very true indeed. That's good. Oh yeah. It does make it harder. I just wish there was no crosshair. I think it would have been made more challenging, but... We're gonna go against those little alien thingies. There's a chopper outside. What the hell happened here? Is this supposed to be here? Oh, what the? Jay, I don't think we're supposed to be up here. This ground doesn't make any sense. Like the game Fear. Oh my god, you remember Fear?
Copy that, Sergeant.
That's how you do it. Try grabbing an enemy. How do I grab them? Probably, okay. What the hell is that? What the hell are those? God. These things look horrifying. They're possessed. Yo, that guy came whipping the a shield around like nothing. Press F next to them. Okay. Press F. Alright, we're gonna press F next to them, guys.
Hold my place, I'm taking a look. We got hostiles!
Oh! Wow, that's cool. Yeah, we got hostage, man. This is awesome. I see the computer we need to go to here.
We got you covered. Go. All right, I'm moving in.
Okay.
Anyone still there?
We were taking these guys out like no tomorrow. Save some of those bullets, guys. You totally pimp slapped them, right? 1-800 poop slap that. Yeah. So what do you guys think about the game so far? Yo, man, I really want to eat this. Like, all this gaming has made my appetite going crazy. I totally agree with that. Yeah, I'll have to leave a server on Discord though. My server list is full. But I would like to join this one. Just send it to me in a DM.
I'm moving in. Cover and go.
We got a lot of lighting going on here, guys. We're actually outside. We have a helicopter waiting for you at the top floor. Get the extraction, okay. Alright, they don't know I'm here, guys. Don't tell me Trix eating again. Thomas, you already know, bro. Ow. I love me some food. We just cleared that room out. Easy peasy. Yeah, I forgot which way I needed to go. Is it this way? I'm gonna let those two guys battle it out. These are like the creatures, man.
I ain't calling until I see a dead body. Sweep the sector.
Right. All right, so these are just closed doors here, guys. We're not getting any accomplishment here with this. Really? Disney, you're on our Discord though, right? I see.
Get up there, I'll cover you. Okay, I'm going in.
Hey, the top floor is all clear.
My place
Is that my chopper? Let's get inside. Yeah. That was pretty cool. Wait, what was the release date on this anyway? So while this loads, I'm gonna suck my face. That's it? Magic, I looked and you joined another match. I was like, no! This isn't over yet. Wait, what? What? I thought this was a demo. This is a long demo. Okay, what just happened now? Uh-oh. We're just getting a black screen of nothing. Wait, what? What's this? What just happened? Or is this horde mode? Is that what we're playing? Ah, okay. No, I like it, bro. It's pretty solid. I think an ADS, as much as people may complain about it, I think it is needed, though. Maybe not. I don't know. All right, I'm almost done, guys. I got one more bite. No, that is good. When devs respond very fast, that's good. That means they're active. But you know what, though? Sorry. All right, I joined that Discord. Thank you so much for that, Jay. All right, so it loaded me into something else. Same dead soldiers. It says this isn't over yet. Why does it keep saying that? So we're just playing the same thing again? Is that what's going on? It's making chicken? Nice.
I'm on the move!
get some ammo, reload this bad boy real quick. Okay, so... let's go ahead and activate the, snap, crackle, and pop. Thomas cooking that fried chicken. You're making me hungry, bro.
Check the perimeter. Got it, Sergeant.
Let me go check it out. Copy. What's your signal?
Whoa, don't shoot. We got a hostage.
Oh, they're not shooting? Oh, when I turn my back, they shoot me. That's impressive.
I'm okay.
Oh, gosh. Come on! Break the body parts. Oh, yeah. Oh, we went in the air. Wow. That's crazy. Peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly. Peanut butter jelly. Oh, the peanut butter jelly is going to come to my house. Knock on my door and be like, dude, you always for copyrighting our song. They killed my hostage. Can you believe it?
Run up and search. Don't let him get away. All right, let's find this asshole.
You guys trying to leave me down with the creatures. Let's see what you're doing here. Yeah, we had a lot of help, guys. We keep donations like that, I'm gonna be able to fly the biggest ship on the Star Citizen. We're gonna have the whole Streamliner with us. Yo, they... Oh, that one almost saw me. Yeah, boy.
I ain't calling until I see you dead. Swim to
All right, come on, come on. Jeez. Okay, okay, come on. All right. Got him. What else is here? Let's hit the switch real quick. Let's keep a momento. Didn't open. That's why.
Cover and go!
Let's see what it is.
Contact! What are you waiting for?
Come with me outside, buddy. Going outside. Got your hostage boy here. You guys are on my side or what?
I'll check it out.
We had contact!
Don't shoot it.
I'll cover you! Go, go, go! Copy that, moving!
Stand clear, all of you. Oh, I'm not afraid to use his body.
Okay, I'm covering! Go! Enemy! Yeah, hide behind a hostage, motherfucker! Gotta reload! Cover me!
Oh!
I got you covered! Go! Jump! Take him out! Alright. I'm alright. Keep your head on the swivel. He's still around here. Copy that.
Going upstairs.
Copy that! Covering! We're good! Cover!
Nice and quiet, nice and quiet. Woo! Yeah, I know, right? I love it. It's really good. So what's going on here? Oh, wait, what just happened? I just pressed something and... Oh, don't tell me exit the whole game. Oh, it paused. Okay. Okay. Now make it clap. This isn't over yet. Yeah, it just takes me right back here again, though. Yeah, that's weird. All right, so am I missing something here, Jay? Is this just like, are we just repeating the same mission, or I'm confused? Oh, you think that's the horde mode? You might be right. How do I restart, start new game, last checkpoint? Okay, so it just like quit me instantly out of the game. So let me go back in. We're gonna launch the game again. Okay, so we're here. Fight through 30 waves of enemies to unlock cheats. Let's try very hard. I'm probably gonna regret this. Not a very good map, guys. Grab his stuff. Let's move it around. We got 30 waves though?
Anyone up? Report!
That's right. That's right. You didn't see me coming, did you? Did you? Oh, what's the matter? I need better weapons, guys.
Hey, don't shoot! You got a hostage!
That's right. I do got a hostage. I only got a few bullets, but I know what to do with it. Here we go. Okay. The game pauses. All right. Put on a website called Alpha Beta Gamer. There you go. What's up, Solid? Oh, did you suggest this game? Disney. I mean, not Disney. J13 definitely did, guys. Guys, give me one moment, okay? Hold on. Hold on.
Mic off.
Oh yay yay. Yay yay yay. Do they have a mobile beta game also? Thanks for the right. Yeah, I want to be on mobile. I really highly doubt it. Come on. Come on, where are you? Oh, it's the one I'm carrying, duh.
Hostile! Take him out! Watch out! It's a hostage!
Come on, come on.
Take the flank. We got him!
Hey, you guys got me? You guys think you got me pinned? Huh? Huh? That's it for that wave. Oh man, I need armor. Mostly PC, right? Yeah, I think so.
Moving out! We got contact! Enemy down!
Oh, I try to grab him. Oh man. Wave 1? You crazy. I gotta survive all 30? I'm not worried about it. This is a pretty cool objective. Honestly, this was a good game, Jay. This was good, man. Let's go ahead and pause it up real quick. Well, this game does support controller, though. See what I'm saying? Like, watch. I go to keys. On the right side here, we have the D-pad, the controller. So yeah, you can do different things with this. So that seems pretty cool. So I can see controller support definitely being the thing. Absolutely. Okay. Yeah, so controller support is definitely there. Yeah, this is actually a pretty cool game. I like it a lot. Okay, so this is actually pretty good. But that's it, guys. We got to do the horde. We got to play some of the campaign. Got a little taste of what the demo is all about, and I must say it's a pretty good game. Pretty impressed. You just hope it comes out soon. Yeah. All right, so let's take a look here, guys. Give me a second. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Let's go ahead and close that off there real quick. Yeah. So what are you guys' thoughts? What do you guys think? Whew. Oh yeah. No, it looks good. The main thing is, I don't think the horde mode is gonna make the game. I'm gonna be completely honest. This little square battle arena, like, it's kind of old fashioned. So, not really my cup of tea. I would rather have a multiplayer or just a really good campaign. The horde is a nice addition. Nothing wrong with it. But it wouldn't be something that I would really want to do. I mean, I would play it, maybe get some achievements out of it, get some unlockables, whatever. But it's nice at least they added it, you know. Thank you, Disney. I appreciate those big time. But yeah, guys, that was the tree paint demo. I hope you guys really enjoyed it. I enjoyed it a lot. I think it was fun. You know, and if you guys are here right now, guys, don't forget that we do have a giveaway coming up soon, guys. The more retro coins you have, the more you're gonna be able to do. Yeah, I think even a campaign or like a campaign co-op would be a really, really nice addition. Absolutely. I totally agree. Sometimes you gotta type the command twice. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. That is crazy. All right, so let's go ahead and quit this game. I had a really, really good time with that. I'm gonna keep that installed because I think I'm gonna show a few people about that game because that looks really interesting. Dang, so that really just kind of puts us to a try another game. Jay, what was another game we had to do? Tree Pang is out of the way. Look at the cheese. You know what I'm gonna do? This is what I'm gonna do. Because I think the biggest ship cost what? I don't remember exactly. To do this. This is gonna make it better. So we can get the biggest ship on the server. Oh, look at those slots, guys. Look at those slots. Whoever wins that slots is winning 10,000 retro coins. That's gonna put you on top. I mean, because right now, what do we have? Why is my chat not working over here? Hold on. So with 10,000, that's gonna bump whoever to like 10th place. Wow. That's gonna bump whoever 10 places, guys. Wow. Unbelievable. Okay, so we got that. Let me see what that site looks like actually. Let me see when you guys go to it. Yeah, so how to earn retro coins on our stream. Down below are list of things into regards of our currency system. These retro coins can be used for many things during the stream here. Raffles, auctions, bank robberies, arena fights, song requests, betting, viewer games. $1 earns you 50 coins. Being loyal and getting along with everyone. Viewers will earn 10 retro coins every 60 minutes. Points are activated when the stream is online. Be sure to join the stream to obtain them. Lurking will earn you no coins. New followers receive 20 retro coins just for following. Rob bank, take a shot at either winning or losing them retro coins. And then down below just shows you like kind of like what the subs get as well, guys. And if you have more information about the VIP benefits, which most of you guys already kind of know what's going on with that. And we can see how that's going. Yeah, sure, we can do that for a bit. All right, let me go ahead and get that ready. Give me a second. Let me launch the game. This new Steam though, I don't know. How do you guys feel about it? I don't know. Already 8 o'clock. Time flies. All right, let me take a look at something here, guys. Hold on, give me a second. I do want to play Star Citizen, man, but I think we're gonna save the money. I'm gonna keep the money aside. I want to get a ship that I want. Thomas is always cooking that chicken, but you know what? I'm glad you're cooking chicken and not beef. Really, really glad for that. Trying to get this bad boy captured real quick.
You are the chosen one, creator.
Oh yeah.
Just kidding.
The VIP lounge is in Discord. Yeah. Yeah, you need to make sure you link your Twitch and Discord account together. Oh, nice job. Oh, I think you just missed it. You just missed it, Disney. All right, guys, we're gonna be getting started here with some Creativerse in just a moment. Let me just get the let me just change the stream title real quick. All right, Creativerse with, I'm just gonna say, bum ba bum bum ba bum 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 bum. Bum 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 ba bum bum ba bum bum bum. What's up, Thomas? Music is very soothing though, right? Thomas, you need to get on with us, bro. One thing I really want to do though is I really want to like I really want to figure out a way how to keep my PC more cooled down, guys. They sell aftermarket third-party coolers. How do I Anyway, we need to get this going. So right now we're gonna look up. We're probably gonna look up like. Let's see. What do we want to look at here? No, I don't have one on right now. Right? Isn't that crazy? Let's look at motherboard. VRM cooling. There we go. That'd be good, right? Take a look and see what we got here. Looks like we got a few options. A CPU cooling. I don't need that. My motherboard now is down on the because I got the fan on, so it's getting kind of cold in here. I don't know. I know I got like these kind of things going on, but I'm not really sure. What about you guys? Anybody got any idea about this? Like, I really need to get like I need a way to keep my motherboard cooler. Switch to AMD, right? Right now my CPU is 30C, GPU is 40C, and then my motherboard is 30C. Yeah, we're gonna have to figure it out. Okay, let's see what else we got going on here, guys. So VRM cooling, I'm gonna look into it. I never actually had to look into this before. What happened to VRM cooling? Fan water cooling passive CPU cooler for motherboards. Okay, so we need like something like that, like a nice little third party So where do you... $500. Wow. Because I got the, you know what? I got the Auroras, right? However you spell it. That's for the Threadripper. See, the 390 is the new one. I got the 370. Mine's old now. Right. Oh, here's the airflow for like your RAM, but you don't really need all that. Yeah, it is cheaper just to get a whole new motherboard, man, with proper cooling. Yeah, screw that, guys. Oh no, man. I don't know. That on there for you guys. All right. I forgot how to play. Oh, worlds. Okay. Visitor zone is fresh start. Ba, 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 ba. You see some players got her. Wait, what? She's pretty good. Don't forget to get your free chest. Oh shoot, my free chest. Oh, I'm backing out. We backing it out. We gotta back it out and get a free chest. Yeah, I'm lightweight freezing, guys. I'm cold. 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 I am freezing my butt cheeks off. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna wait it right there, guys. Give me a second to go grab me a jacket. All right, let's do this now. All right, Jay. What do we? All right, let's do this, guys. Let's do this. Ow. Showtime. All right, Jay, where did you go, bro? Yo, this game's running pretty good. Wow, why is it running so good? Oh, you know why? Because I'm overclocking. That's why. What is this? Oh, yeah, that's a little storage thingy you put on there. That's right. My biggest problem was inventory. We need to clear this up, bro. We need to clear it up. Ooh, I'm glad I ain't blow nothing up. What should I say? Oh, wow. Wow, that just gave me like instant health or something? Guys, check out that Trix Gaming fan account there that Disney made for us, guys. Make sure you guys are definitely following that account. Yeah, see that? Oh, I think I hear Jay. There he is. Too bad there's no like in-game chat. What the? What the heck? What are you doing? What the heck happened? What the heck is going on there? What? Well, what are we doing here? I got a bunch of things to catch right here. Why is the bell like all looking like that on him? That's so weird. What is this? Oh, this was like your Christmas thingy that you did. Man, I forgot what I was doing. Jay, I forgot what I was doing, bro. Alright, so I had inventory, right? What the hell is this? Corrupted sandwich? Created in a cooking station? Can be consumed. I love the taste of pure evil. Negative 200 health. Plus 100 stamina. Plus inverse corruption damage. Okay. Okay. Wow, Jay, you've been really capturing some things out here, bro. Oh, I see you're almost done over there. Or did you finish? What? Still got a lot to do. I believe it, bro. I can only imagine all the things you got to do on there, bro. That's crazy. That is crazy, but it looks good, though. It looks really good. Let me show you guys what he did. Look at this, guys. He's building that right there. That is crazy, crazy, crazy. Yo, there's one of those blue thingies. We got one of those, the what you call it? Wait, did you ever, wait, so you cleared us all up, right? This tree's gotta go. Hold on, Jay. For now, I'm just gonna do this for now. Yeah, let's get this tree out of here, bro. Let's get all these high leaf stuff out of here, right? Let's try to clear up your around your base, because honestly, Jay, if people come to your server, this is the first place they're gonna see. But we gotta make sure this looks good, you know? Like this Minecraft, but on PC. It is kind of like Minecraft. It's crafting, yes. With a bit of a twist. There we go. We'll try to keep like a lower level for you there, Jay. There we go. We gotta be careful right here, though. Knocking all these out of here. All right, Jay, you gotta be careful because the side you're on right now looks like it can fall. Wow, we still had ways to go with that. Ooh-wee. Seriously? Okay, so that tree is now out of the way. Man, that was harder than anything. If anything, Jay, we could probably just fly up top, really, to be honest. Wow, look at these trees, bro. Yeah, well, this should probably help you out a lot then. Right. Uh-oh, what's up, Queen? How are you? Yep, the Queen of Riddles, you got it. Hope everybody's having a great evening. All right, so we're just gonna clear this up a little bit because what I want Jay to be able to like build around the base a little more, like with things. So that's exactly what we're gonna do here, guys. Just clear this all out of here. Let's make some airspace here. Wow, look how tall these trees go. Oh, Jay's up there. I don't want to knock him down. Okay. Well, let's I'm gonna try to at least make one layer, make it even, and make it easier to take all this down, you know? Then you fall. No! Not good. I'm doing really good. I'm doing really good, Queen Asylum. I hope everything's going great for you too and you had a great weekend. We got a bunch of leaves here, guys. Very good. All right, so right now I got me, one of the moderators in the chat with us, guys. We're just playing some Creativerse. We're on one of his servers, and right now we're just trying to make space, you know. So we got to clear this out so we have room. All these leaves are just in the way of everything. Oh, there we go. See, at least it won't be so many now because we'll have this all cleared up. Jeez, Jay, the trees around here, they're real, bro. The trees are real. Wow, they are definitely real. Look at this. Look at this. I'll be here all day. In my codex, right now I have. Wait, in my codex, shoot, I have to. What is that? Inventory. Yeah, I'm doing Home Sweet Home. Yeah, I'll start focusing on those. Some of them give you in-game currency. Oh, okay. Well, then we're definitely gonna have to focus on some of those then, huh? It's okay. Oh, you made a Discord server. Congratulations. I hope you're liking it. Discord servers are awesome. You know, everybody uses Discords for different things. Thank you, Disney. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you so much. But yeah, guys, if you're just coming in now, don't forget, at the end of the month, we're going to be hosting another giveaway, guys. So you got from now to then to accumulate your retro coins, so that way you guys can get your raffle tickets in. If you want more info on it, just go ahead and type ! giveaway. It's going to send you over to a document that I made for you guys, so you can kind of understand the way the currency thingy works. Okay, what the heck is going on here? Yo, this is crazy, bro. Yeah, I don't know. Let's swallow these all in. should be the last layer of the tree, so I gotta be careful here. What you found in the mine? Oh yeah, absolutely, Jay. Absolutely, bro. You're gonna have to show me, bro. Definitely, definitely, definitely. Because that would be awesome. Oh, you're getting a computer. That'd be nice. You'll be able to get on some games with us then. Yeah, I've kind of myself been doing more on the PC side than anything. Wow, this is crazy, man. Yeah, oh, and by the way, I think Dead Island, Jay, I think me and you are just gonna play. Like, I know I wanted to get on with my cousin, but it seems like he has always a lot going on. I don't want to get started on a game and then not be able to ever play, you know what I'm saying? So we might actually just do it ourselves if you want. We could probably get somebody else. So whoever has an Xbox One, they have the Game Pass, or if they have the Definitive Edition, they can definitely get on with this. Right. Yeah, that might be what we have to do, bro. Because I really want to play. Like, the one day I even had my titles and everything all set up for it to go live with it. And, yeah, he's just playing other games. A bigger surprise? Ooh. You just joined Discord? Yeah, make sure you read the welcome section. It'll tell you everything you need to know. Are you sci-fi? Is that you? See, I get people joining the Discord every day, so I don't know who is who. Make sure you get yourself verified. Listen to what make sure you do what the bot tells you to do in the private message. That would definitely get you going. Yeah, see, look at that. Look at that. See, we had to work for this one, guys, but we did it. See? You got some more space in there now, Jay. Yep. I see you. You're getting yourself verified. Okay, you getting it. You getting it, bro. You're sci-fi, gotcha. Okay. Yeah, no problem. Do you get the VIP role in Discord? Yeah, but you have to make sure everything is automated, so you have to make sure that your account is synchronized. Oh boy, let's clear up house. We gotta get this stuff out of here, man. On a bunch of honeycombs. You do anything with this, Jay? That might be part of an objective or something. There we go. Come on. A little bit more. A little bit more. Okay, we don't want to make sure we don't fall here, guys. Okay, look at that. We're getting some clearage here, but man, this is a lot of work. Ooh-wee. Okay. A bunch of these we've collected. I think this side's almost done here, which is perfect. Come on, just a little more, guys, a little more. Man, Jay, this is a lot of work, bro. Well, look, you're gonna have room now. We're gonna have wood. Don't you need wood anyway for your place thingy? Bum 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 bum. Let's clear this out. Wow, look at Jay. Jay's like, it's like you're surfing in the grass, bro. Oh man, this is so much work, bro. But you'll probably lag less too once we clear this out. I think this tree's finally almost done. A bunch of leaves on here, bro. Oh, there you go, CJ. Yeah, no, I believe it, bro. I believe it. Yeah, like those little lag spikes I notice like periodically. Like it doesn't do it often. I think I'm starting to get used to it. Oh gosh. But it's there when it wants to be. You know, it's most definitely there. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Yo, this game needs to come out for Xbox. Make it crossplay. I think it'd be awesome. Let's see what's going on here. My brother's on. Hold
Mic
on.
on.
What happened to the party? Well, well, well.
You have to play Barbaros or whatever it is.
What you guys doing?
I'm playing Rise for a little bit.
You said you're playing with your rice?
Yep.
Playing with this new game that just came out.
Yeah, what game is that?
You said it, Rise, Son of Rome.
That's not new. But it's on the Game Pass, right?
Yeah, it's on Game Pass.
Yeah, I don't blame you, bro. I heard that game is good, though.
I had a blast playing this thing, but now I'm just trying to figure.
We play that game like
What would you compare it to?
Oh, to games nowadays? I still think that this is one of the best games they came out with. If they had a longer story and more to the multiplayer.
Okay.
Maybe like a 4-person multiplayer. Like that would have been pretty dope.
I thought the story was, it wasn't long, but I felt like it got straight to the point and then it ended.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know, for a launch Xbox One game, I didn't think it was bad at all.
Yeah.
Everyone talked shit about it.
I heard good about it. I haven't really heard nothing bad. But see, those kind of games, it'd be something I'm probably into anyway. Like, I'm into that kind. Like, I'm playing Kingdom Come. I like that game too. But, you know, it's not for everybody.
Oh,
people-
yeah. Rise on the Road is not like Kingdom Come, but it's more.
Is it more like war-based, kind of like Command & Conquer, or no?
No, it's a third-person action adventure. It's not even action adventure. It's a third-person action game.
So like The Witcher?
No, because it's not even open world.
No, that's open world.
It's singular driven. You walk from point A to point B and you kill enemies en route.
Oh.
More like you play Star
My God.
Wars.
I'm on the voice chat with on Xbox.
I'm trying to think of any other game, but
Star Wars.
Mic on.
Yeah, I heard that new Star Wars was actually. I heard EA surprised people with that game because you know they haven't made a single player in a while. I mean, let's be honest here. Look at Battlefront. I mean, what the heck was that?
do you see the new game I'm playing?
You played Assassin's Creed?
Yes, that's all.
You've been playing a lot of them, bro.
What you said?
I thought you were coming on Rise.
Oh, no. I'm going on that right now. I'm actually about to go to Smite. I just wanted to finish.
Dude, Smite. Oh my God, it's been a minute. Yeah. No, I see you all the time on Young Daddy, but you be on like when people get up drinking coffee, bro. Like, I haven't even ate a bowl of cereal yet, and you're like already gaming. I'm like, man, you're on too early.
Bro, I'm actually kind of addicted to this Assassin's Creed shit, though. I don't know
It's a
why.
good game. I've never played all of them, bro. I skipped like a lot of the latest
Why I
ones.
go back.
Yeah.
I started back, so I can go through them all. I never been through
I
them all.
played too many of them. I played them all. Except the last two.
I think I played them, but I never beat any of them. Or other than like part 1 and part 4. So I want to go back and play them all.
Well,
The
we
only
ain't
thing
playing
that's
together.
gonna
I'm going back to Star Wars.
Straight to the point.
I told someone I'll get on Smite with them, and they're gonna get on in like 5 minutes, 5-10 minutes. So it's kind of pointless.
I see. Okay. Alright, okay.
Hey, who you playing Smite with? You haven't seen Squiggles in how long, bro? You're gonna play.
No, he's gonna play with somebody else. Like,
Yeah, he's cheating on you, bro.
I even talked about this earlier.
I'm going
We
to
talked
play.
about this earlier.
Mic off.
I'm gonna go play Gonzo. It's crazy how the remotes change so much on part 1 and part 2.
Oh yeah, wait till you keep going further.
Weird.
Into like the other games.
You climb up a lot quicker though, I give it that much. It's weird because I'm playing them
Mic
back
on.
to back instead of like waiting.
Right, right.
Typical person would have.
What's up with the little tricks, man? He hasn't been on.
Now Lil Dick's been busy. The fuck, I'm getting freaky in it.
Yeah. So, what the hell was I gonna say? So I played a new first-person shooter today, and I think Squiggles will love this game. Fortunately, it's not for console, but not yet. I think it might come out for console because it has controller support, like already integrated. So I'm pretty sure they're probably thinking about doing a console release. But you get like a focus mode, kind of like a Matrix, where it's like slow motion, and then you get like stealth camo for like, you know, for a couple seconds, and you can like slide and demolish your enemies. But you can like, bro, this game is so gory, bro. Like you can smack their heads off, their limbs off. Like it was pretty amazing. And this was a game made by 4 people, bro. A small team. Like really shocked. Like the indie games nowadays are starting to surpass AAA titles. And it was military based, so I figured, I was like, yeah, he'll probably like it.
Pretty dope.
Oh! I got this new Powerpuff game I was playing, Young Daddy. I figured you might like it too. Oh man.
Bro, I just got my dick wet.
Ugh, bro. TMI, man. Some of us are virgins, you know.
I didn't know
4
you had-
chests in this one. I don't remember what I was doing.
So I started playing an unexpected Final Fantasy game. I don't know if you guys,
Final Fantasy.
right. You ever played Final Fantasy Maxima or World of Fantasy Maxima, whatever it's called?
Oh, I have not.
Never played it, bro. To me, I skipped it because it looked kind of weird, right? Like small miniature characters, like cartoony. So I was like, nah. Well, I started playing it. It's not bad. You can like you can capture the enemies. It feels like a Final Fantasy mixture with Pokemon. Like, it's pretty sweet.
I don't like how long it takes to load up the map.
I was like, you gotta get the new Xbox, bro. They got a new version that just came out if you like to spend another $500.
What the fuck is a tailor for? Why would I need to go? Man, there's so many weird things in this. That
The
I
tail
didn't
ends
realize.
your pouches and shit.
Oh my god, they went this far into this shit.
Oh, Assassin's Creed?
Yeah, in part 2, I didn't realize part 2 was this.
You thought it was gonna be easy peasy, right?
It's a lot more, bro.
I don't remember that in like.
Because you played 4, right?
I went from 1 to 4, yeah.
Yeah, so when you play backwards, you're gonna notice, I think 2 and 3 were the more sophisticated ones. I didn't play all of them. I don't even remember which one I played. I think I skipped 2. I don't know if I played 1. I did play 3. 3 was amazing. It wasn't like, it was that's where they brought the snow into the game. It was your first time you could,
Civil War.
yeah, that one was my favorite. At first, I didn't think I was gonna like it because your character was like, his role was kind of like at first.
Right.
But after I started playing it, bro, I'm like, wow, you know,
Hold on, I got something.
pretty sweet.
I don't like how this one operates so far. I think that's why I stopped playing it. Now I got people looking at me because I'm running, and so I gotta fucking walk everywhere.
Oh, hey, bro, you said you wanted to play real life, right? If somebody was running, would you look at them?
Yeah, I wouldn't fucking go after him with a sword, though.
Well, maybe they think you're playing Star Wars. Yo, what happened to Siege, bro? Nobody plays Siege anymore?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Oh, I gotta
Mic off.
This is so much to clear up, guys.
either.
Mic on.
You know what I really want? I want a real Hitman game.
Fuck.
I still gotta play Outer Worlds. Is it worth it, Young Daddy?
Yeah, I think so.
I want to beat Kingdom Come though, man, because that game is like taking up too much space on my hard drive. Dude, I'm loving the xCloud, bro. Like, it's amazing. Like, I was playing Dead by Daylight on my phone, but like not the mobile version, like the legit Xbox version, but like on my phone. Bro, I was going in, bro. Like, I'm like on a tiny phone screen. I'm dominating people on my phone. Like,
Oh, fuck. I don't like the way this map. I don't like the way the map works on this either. I see why I fell off with Assassin's Creed 2. This is gonna be brutal. I thought this would be fun playing this. This is gonna be brutal.
I don't think I've heard much about 2. That might have just been like just an extra addition.
These controls are fucking me over.
But that was like,
Play the other one, bro. You're gonna be all fucked up.
yep.
Part 4 didn't fuck me up that bad.
See,
Well, because you went from 1 to 4.
right. And 4 was kind of,
1, 2, and 3. Like all the controls are gonna be completely different. And then you
Yep.
go back to it again. It's gonna change it again.
what was it? I was playing Assassin's Creed Origins, the one with Egypt. Bro, that game was backwards to me, bro. The combat was different. I'm just like Young Daddy. I'm not trying to lie. I liked it at first, but
What's
I
the
don't-
purpose of a blacksmith? Swords, I'm guessing, and shit.
I think yeah, forged weapons.
Blacksmith out there. Art merchant is why I just buy fucking art.
yeah, man. You're not feeling artistic?
Okay.
Me down.
I am about to try to get into this game because it's gonna be brutal if I don't.
You'll be alright, bro. I think you get more into it when you're like isolated. You're just probably distracted right now.
Momo.
Yes,
Yeah, that's me.
I pressed
Is that Gonzo?
What's up, Gonzo?
I pressed ass.
There you go.
Oh.
What game?
What do you
Mike.
play? Yeah, why
Okay.
do you just make? I don't know if you also want to play, but
Mine sounds good. Let me just switch out. I've been trying to beat through all the Assassin's Creed. Cause I never beat them all.
Mic
how's that
off.
going?
I beat part 1 so far. I'm on part 2.
Wow. Oh my god, Constance, how you been? Thank you. Appreciate the 5 diamonds. How you been? It's been like forever. I hope all is well. Hope your New Year's resolutions are looking pretty good. Oops. Looking pretty good and all that good stuff.
Hopefully the story's better in part 2.
I don't know, guys. I think all that gaming earlier is kicking my butt.
Talking to each other. It's just about how I can say.
Yeah, I know, but
Some are
I
good,
didn't
some are
mind.
just bad.
Part 1 was okay. One thing part 1 did right is you don't spend a lot of time
Mic on.
out of the machine.
Right.
You did. Part
Well-
1, like you can talk to the people, but there's not much to talk. You're stuck to that one room, you know? Part 1, all you do is
Yep.
go to the machine, wake up, go to bed, wake up,
No,
get back to the machine.
you know, in part 1, you're supposed to talk. Every time you come out of the machine, talk to somebody.
Yeah, you're supposed to. You don't have to.
Yeah, well, the whole achievement hunter thing, I thought that's what you were trying to do.
Yeah, I didn't see that in achievements after I beat it, and I thought I talked to her every time, but apparently you could talk to her more than once.
Mic
Yep.
off.
Hey, hey, hey. Coming in. Thank you so much for
I made sure to talk to her every
those.
time I came out, but I didn't
Thank you.
talk to her more
You
than
gotta keep,
once.
keep going with the conversation.
Yeah, so now I have to go.
Have you been on here a lot lately? I know a lot of people kind of like took a break.
Which
Look at Jay. Look at Jay over there.
you can speedrun it pretty quick because all you have to do is do 3 missions in an area to go on with the story. You don't have to get all the side
Holy
quests.
shit, this dude just kicked my ass.
Yes.
Gonzi,
I
send me an
forgot how to
invite.
play.
I'm tired.
Yeah, I sent you an invite.
Alright. I accepted it. I think it went through, maybe. Yep.
There we go, guys. We're looking pretty good.
You're playing something else.
Mic on.
Well, right now I'm on some Creativerse. If anything, if you guys are on in a little bit, I'll get on it.
Oh, alright.
Let me just finish up this. I'm kind of like you with the Assassin's Creed. And I didn't know Kingdom Come had nudity in it, bro. I had to watch what I was playing. Yeah, it had nudity in it, bro. I'm over here live streaming, and it had naked scenes. I'm like, holy shit, my character got drunk and I got laid. I'm like, what kind of game am I playing here? Like, sorry, guys.
Problem is, I'm gonna be on Assassin's Creed for so long because there's so many, and I have like all the arcade ones too and everything.
See, I blame you. When you made me play Mass Effect for the first time, bro, ever since then, I have to play games in order now.
Well, that's what all started. I played Origins, and I kind of wanted to get Odyssey, but then I'm like, yeah, I have never beat anyone but 1 and 4. Like, I can't justify buying Odyssey. Like, I have to go back and play them all.
Right.
So that's what I'm doing. But you know what's gonna be really bad is all the Final Fantasies leading up to 15 included are all coming to Game Pass this year.
See, I didn't play much Final Fantasies. I've only played 8, 9, and now I'm on Maxima.
Well, one
I've
are,
only played X.
well, they're all coming. So
I only played a portion of X, like the beginning. And that one was cool because I remember you can actually control your summons. That was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I like that.
8 and 9 when I was playing it felt kind of old schoolish, but it was nice. 7 I heard was like the best one, but I have to get on there someday. I don't know. I'm waiting for the remastered because they remastered 8 after I've already beat it, and I'm like, seriously? But I like Final Fantasy, like when I'm out and about, I get to play it on my phone, so it's pretty cool. It's a good time killer.
I haven't played this game at all this whole week.
Mic
Yep. Squiggles and Young Daddy, yep.
Mic on.
Man, they must know your voices.
So that's what I got in the air fryer right now.
Uh-oh.
Sliced bananas, and I'm dehydrating them at 120 for 6 hours.
There you go. Bananas are good for you.
Oh, that's what I should have done, was make potato chips. Fuck. Didn't think about that. So many possibilities. we're up against? Okay.
Mic off.
Are they on Discord? No, they're on Xbox party chat right now.
Words are played. Assassin's coming up.
Get out of there, bro.
What the fuck is alarms going off?
No. They're not on my server. No, I'm just talking to them right now. Jay's he's in game, but there's no game chat. Bum.
I'm back up in lane. You can hard back. You need to.
Mic on.
Hey, the harder it is, the better. Man, I missed the good days, man, when we all used to play COD. Oh, sing it. There you go. Get that top score. There you go.
Is she playing a game?
She's just saying.
SingStar?
Oh, you said she's just singing.
Oh,
She's just saying.
bro, you should be getting like a high score for that, bro. Get achievements while she's singing, bro.
She's always playing song games.
Oh, that's good.
Those song games.
Did you get a rock band or anything?
No.
Fuck, he corner me.
Yep. You're fucked.
Mic off.
Well, Young Daddy is actually my brother, and then Squiggles is like
He get his
someone we known for many years.
Yeah.
Pretty much family.
Cause we had 2 devs.
3.
Beeswax?
Yeah, well, this game's over.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Mic on. Mic off.
You have it? Ah, okay. Well, that's good. You know what, Wisconsin, sometimes you got life. Sometimes you got things you got to do. You know, there's very important things to do. I just know that a lot of people left, and it's just good to see familiar faces. You know, most definitely. Oh,
Oh, I'm missing.
I got so much leaves here, Jay. What do you want me to do with these anyway?
Get.
Mic on.
The thing I've been having stuck in my head so much now is just the whole Tekken thing where it goes, get ready for the next battle. Like, every time I play Final Fantasy, I get into a battle, I just voice act that. I don't know why. It's like, gets me going. You know, I'm kind of like the, you know, Adam Sandler or Will Ferrell when he was on the thing, where it's like, gets the people going.
Ah, shit. No, I'm not. I'm dead.
It's provocative. No, it's not.
Gets the people going.
Right.
That is funny, right?
Yo, did you see that new movie with Adam Sandler? What was it? Uncut?
I haven't seen it yet.
Dude,
I wanna see that one.
it looks weird. Like, it doesn't really look like Adam Sandler movie.
Yeah, something that he would do.
Right. He's all looking mafioso, and I'm like thinking Mr. Deeds and, you know, whatever, or grandma's boy, and I'm just seeing this and I'm like,
That fucking Guardian annoyed the fuck out of me. How the fuck he corner me, really?
Mic off.
the new Bad Boy movies? Oh, I don't know what to check that out. Bad boys, oh, what you gonna do? What you gonna do when I call Scooby-Doo? Yo, Under coming in with that follow on Xbox though. Thank you. Appreciate the Xbox follow, guys.
Fucking cornered.
Comes out this month. Ooh.
Yep.
I wanna
Back
watch.
when I get a chance.
I wanna watch. It's a lot of things I wanna watch. I don't even know anymore.
I'm coming back.
I'm gonna clear these out, guys. Clear these out big time.
Shit, you're done. You're done.
Am I? Am I done?
I'm
alive.
You had that jump, that save.
Yup, I have a jump.
Because if I'm in there, I'm fucked. Goodbye.
Mic on.
Is Young Daddy slacking again, Gonzo?
They're
No.
gonna party hard.
They're just, you know, they have a Cabrakan, a Wheelix, and a Zeus. And he's a Taw, so
Oh. No,
not much escape.
I was playing Skylanders. Don't ask me why. But
I'm
there's a character that looks like
surprised
Zeus.
Did hard back because he's weak.
How about a Speedy? He doesn't get on no more with you guys?
He's on Call of Duty all the time.
Yeah, he's grinding on them challenges.
Oh shit, she's back.
I'm out of there.
I helped fucking him, but it wasn't enough.
As soon as I see that Zeus ultimate pop, I'm out.
Mic off.
Underexposed, that's you?
Really?
I got you, bro. I'll add you up.
Yeah.
I'm about to go back. I'm running low on blue. About halfway there. Zeus is coming to creep. The assassin's just staying in lane, even though she's weak. She really wants us to chase.
Mic on.
Yeah, it's because that assassin's like, never gonna back it up. Never gonna back on down. I think I'm already tired.
Mic off.
Look, I'm getting tired, guys. What the heck is going on with me? No, Jay, we almost got this all filled up, bro. This is almost clear. Look, look, look. See, now you're gonna have so many things you can build around here. I saw you build that TNT, bro. We need to just start blowing shenanigans up, right? Or do you need this grass? Because I'm getting like flowers and leaves and all types of shenanigans.
Shit, you guys got out of there? Oh yeah, I guess we can get all that.
Josh, head
Back up. Yeah,
This is looking good, bro.
my hard back.
I want to watch that Breaking Bad movie so bad.
Maybe.
Thank you, Disney. Thank you. Filling up that cheer cup, guys. That cup's getting full. Cup is looking good. Don't need it. Got a lot of it. No, right. Hey, you never know, though, man. You never know, James.
He's not even gonna kill me. He's just more annoying me right now. Now I'm gonna walk it back. Oh man, damn. Went down. You did.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll add you, Disney. You're on my recent activity. I got you, bro.
Damn.
My mic working? It's not working again. What is going on up in here? I don't even know. I got 2,000 leaves, yo. Oh my god, we could build a freaking pond or an ocean filled with seaweeds with all this grass we got.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Got her. Big dude's chasing me though. He's retreating. I can root him.
Okay, here we go. Look at this. Look at this. Come on, we're almost done here, guys. This is looking perfect. Man, this was a big tree. This tree was not playing around. Jeez.
Come on, fucking minion. Taking fucking forever. Deuce is up.
We're both over here.
No, you're good. I'm not too worried about him by myself because he's level 8, I'm 11. So, the only one I'm worried about is really Assassin and then the Guardian.
See, I could have fell into like a pot of lava or something with all that. Jay, did you get Star Citizen yet, bro?
Hey, she's here.
Yep, I'm dead.
I'm running.
Not yet. Okay.
Is the baby crying? I can't hear.
Oh my. Fuck.
Baby's crying, but.
Look at this. Oh!
Yes, you are. Up, this is up.
There we go. Let me step back for a sec.
Dudes might be coming that way.
Still there?
Yeah.
Oh!
I'm dead. Fuck dang.
Seriously? There we go. Look at all this.
Breaking the walls. Because you can get out that way.
Jay, I swear, it looks like you're surfing, bro. That's crazy. All right, let's keep it rolling, guys. Let's keep it rolling now. Let's keep on rolling down. What?
Holy shit, she does a lot of damage.
Wow. I'm so excited for Resident Evil 3 coming out, guys. Ugh.
Mic on.
How do you guys feel about that new Resident Evil 3 coming out, though? Nothing?
What's coming out?
The new Resident Evil 3? The remake? The remastered?
I never really got into the Resident Evils.
What? You don't play scary games or like horror games at all?
Not really.
Okay, I was gonna say, because like Resident Evil is kind of like a horror game franchise that everybody would play because it was just a thing in that era that was like good games to play. Fixed camera views and zombies. I mean, you couldn't go wrong with it.
I used to play. I played one of them.
Oh, which one?
It was the one where you couldn't move, like it was locked in.
Oh yeah. Oh, what do you mean, like when you aim, or was it like first person, third person?
Like you couldn't move. Like you couldn't move, and you just stand there and like fire.
Oh, gotcha.
It was an older one though.
Yeah. Well, no, they were all good. Like I played one and beat it, loved it. Now I played a PC version where I modded it where I can actually play as Barry Burton, and the person that made that mod was a genius. Like I don't know how he did it. Like he took clips of the game, but like made it look legit.
Huh.
And made it seem like you were playing Barry's story, like, because he was never playable. So it was kind of awesome to even see that that was even possible. But yeah, I don't know. I like scary games. I'm really into them. They're it's that rush feeling you get, you know, that anxious feeling, like what's gonna happen next, what's gonna pop out at me, what's gonna chase me. You know, I love it.
Alright, now I can get my fucking Aegis. I should have went Aegis first. Come on, King Arthur. Get the tower.
Mic off.
All right, we're almost done here, Jay. We're almost got it. We almost got it. Wait, what the heck is going on here?
Yes.
I hate that the music has to pause all the time. That's annoying. But yeah, like I was saying, Disney, don't worry, I got you, bro. I'll add you right after the stream. Just make sure everything looks okay. Oh, stretch it up. Oh.
They're going that way, Josh.
Things are looking pretty good.
They're all three over here. They're starting to attack now.
That's fine.
Yep,
I'm gonna
there.
push. I'm gonna push. I think I can get their thing.
I tried to stop them or steal the kill, but Arthur's not playing. They're gonna come for you.
I'm sticking it out.
Oh, somebody's there.
Yeah, that's why I was muted. I mean, my mic was muted. It's really whiny and fussy.
Thank you for the follow. Alright, let's clear this up, guys. We need to clear this up real quick. Bum 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 bum.
Oh, well, I completed all the chests and secrets in Star Wars now.
Tweak, thank you for the follow.
Wow, way to box that.
I should have finished that tree first. Oh my god, Jay, look above us, bro.
Okay.
Oh my god. Once we cleared that one, we got like two big trees and a third, and then this one.
What is he rocking with?
Why am I even working on this one? Let's split it.
You guys should be able to get her. Maybe.
Look at that, 2,000. Unbelievable, man. That's the way to do it, bro. Just blow the things up. Just blow them up. That's the way to do it, bro. That's the way to do it, man.
Apparently he wanted that.
Does that clear it up quick or no? Oh, that works. Wait, what'd you just do there? That worked really well. That's the way to do it, Jay. J Balls.
Aha, bitch,
Oh,
you missed that time.
gosh.
I knew what he was trying to do.
King
you're
Arthur's dead.
Now he got out of there.
I can't believe he made it through that.
Oh.
Fucking.
I hope this I hope these trees don't come growing back out of nowhere, man. That'll drive me crazy.
It's just you, man.
So how much of this stuff can I hold?
Oh, I'm going in.
This hand lasts a long time.
Baby.
Shit.
Each stack goes to $9.99. So however many stacks you have in your inventory. Oh,
They're gonna be up again by the time.
$9.99. That's a lot.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, you're right. You're right. $9.99.
I mean, they do have. Yeah, they all have.
That's pretty cool. I like that.
Like,
I never knew that.
pressure and stuff.
Well, now we do. So it's not like Minecraft. We don't have to worry about just 100. We can do $9.99. That's. You're welcome, Disney. Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yep, that's the sold it.
Yeah. Well, you know, it's funny because I'm running out of storage too, but not with, you know, obviously not like doing what I'm doing now, but when I grab miscellaneous things, it just stacks so quickly. It got to the point where we had to build a lot of storages, and it's just like, wow.
Fuck it. I told you the game was over.
All right, Disney, enjoy your meal. I hope it's really good. I hope it's really good.
I don't know.
You will. I'm happy for you, man. I really appreciate you hanging out with us here tonight. We had a really good chat. I really appreciate it, guys. I always appreciate the chats, guys. I really do. Nothing better than going live and talking to you guys, you know.
You started mounting a little comeback yourself, but they're like.
Shred them in the process of spiel. You hear that, Jay?
But he was doing bad at the beginning.
Hey guys, I'm all open for suggestions. Like, give me hints on the game. It's cool. I'm not like playing a story game or nothing, but like crafting tips and stuff. Heck yeah.
Whatever.
Yeah. So we're gonna keep the leaves. We got a bunch. Yeah. So.
Mic on.
Sounds like you need to open up a can of C4, bro.
Crazy. Dehydrating takes that long. 6 hours. God. I want to eat one already. Who am I? Oh, of course, support.
My
Your
God.
mid.
Don't need nope. I need 4,000 fuel. All right, we got a bunch. What do I have? I got 2,000, almost 3,000, almost. Well, at least I'll have a bunch of leaves, right? I don't like that. Like when it skips like that. Why does it do that? It's so weird.
Somebody would like to play carry. Who said that? Alright, it's all You got like 5 seconds to decide.
Burn, baby, burn. Man, I don't know, Jay. How much leaves do you have, bro? They're asking in the chat.
So you're either running a mage in the carry position or mage in.
Well, okay, so the server is rather new. Me and
What are you talking about?
Deadpool are kind of new here. We have this right there. There's like a little house next to the castle, and then there's one thing in the far right corner. If you
Solo.
I'll fly over there in a second. I'll show you guys. Hold on.
The solo lane. Too. Because a lot. I don't know why, but I've been using them a lot in solo. That's usually
Man, these guys are making me want to play Smite.
The only thing we know for sure. The jungle.
Yeah, so we're definitely not pros at the game, but we're enjoying the game. This game was actually brought up to my attention with my moderator here. He introduced me to the game. One, free to play. Come on, you already know. We're gonna try it out. What happens? Well, started playing it. You know what?
Mic on.
You know what I really want right now? I want a new Mass Effect.
We won't get that for a while.
Pretty good.
Because Andromeda was kind of, I don't know.
Yeah, but they say they're working on the next Dragon Age, which is yeah.
Wow, I didn't know they were gonna make anymore.
Yeah, they're working on Dragon Age.
I need to just play that game. I know that game has nudity because when I was looking at mods for PC, I've seen some interesting mods. I'm like, yep, I see why people like it.
Oh, wrong lane.
Gosh, you're on the wrong lane.
Yep.
Wow. That just set everybody else back.
Why did you say everyone else?
Because you're not gonna Osiris is not gonna get there by the time the minions start getting, so he's probably gonna lose some farm. And you're not gonna get there by the time the minions show up.
Discovering and learning new tricks. Yeah, I totally agree. You know, same thing like when I play Minecraft. I'm not a pro. You know, I don't go there playing creative mode and making all this like super artistic landscapes. You know, I don't do all that. I play adventure. I enjoy, like when I do Minecraft, I play survival. I enjoy it. You know, I like to have fun with the game. You know, when it becomes more feeling like I'm playing a job, it's like, so why am I even playing it? Now, I know like Dead by Daylight, I've had a few people say that I play really good and I should really like focus on it and like get competitive with it, but I play it for fun. Yeah, I'm gonna make some bombs and we're gonna start blowing things up. Okay, look at that. So what we're doing is we had to clear out these trees because these trees were taking up so much space. But it's fun. I agreed, right? And yes, a glass of Red Bull sounds amazing. And yes, a little pinch of spices in there like that. Perfect. Oh. Alright, so yeah, we'll show you guys a little bit. So we got this castle going on right here, right?
Jungle versus jungle. Oh no.
We got this one. We got this little tiny house right here.
No, she's not. That's a support.
Oh, you're.
And then we got this place. I don't know if I can get a good view for you guys.
That's a support.
Gotcha.
Wow. Okay, we need to get our stamina back. Yep. So we got this building right now. This will be kind of cool whenever this gets done. So we still got some things that we need for it though. Flowers plus mushrooms equals 200 health points. Red mushroom is good, right? Because I think that gave me full health. I think when I ate it. Yeah?
Damn.
All right, Jay, we need to clear this area, bro, because it's covering up your side house here. Especially since we're going to have the houses together.
Wow. The guy just like killed.
It looks awesome so far. Okay. I appreciate the compliments there, Tweak. So who are all creative players here, guys? Who all plays Creativerse?
Yeah, I hear you.
The guy I just solo killed in the middle lane invited me to a party.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Heaviness plays it. You have a few hours. You sound like us. Well, I think Jay's a little bit more better at the game than I am. Oh, riddle. Go ahead, Queen. What is it?
No, Dominic, don't touch that.
It's riddle time, guys. It's riddle time. Oops, I just ate the mushroom like a dummy. Yeah, I'm gonna equip like a block because I'm not like wasting health points here, guys. I don't like that. Does anybody know how to stop that random lag? Like, it's not all the time. It's not frequent, but it's like periodically. It just likes to skip. Or is it just the game? It's just there's nothing we can do about it. We just gotta kind of deal with it. Uh-oh. Queen, you left your caps lock on. You think it... Okay, so Deadpool said he thinks it's just a game.
I'm gonna try and help. I don't have any mana though.
You must be psycho? Why do you think you're psycho, Heaviness? Probably mess with your graphic settings.
Mic on.
Hey, it's okay, man. Take it easy, bro. Remember, wiggles make it wiggles, man.
Always do. I'll do it.
All right, take it easy, bro.
Mic off.
A message was timed. Nah, you're okay, Queen. I did see it though. I did see your message. Yeah, no, like right now, look. See, the game runs fine. I mean, it's steady. Like, it just stays at 60. It never moves. But the thing is, like, periodically, it just like skips for a moment, and that sometimes I fall because of it. Anyways, it's riddle time. Okay, riddle time it is. Let's go. Yeah, I died a lot because of the lag. Yeah, it's annoying. I can imagine if you're like in the middle of a fight and that happens. Like, can you imagine? You know what I miss though? Like, I miss going to like video stores, guys. Like, let's be honest here, Blockbuster, things like that in that nature. Like, going to the video store was like fun. It was something to do. It was a hangout spot. You took your time reading the back of like the game cases or the movies, you know, and then when you went and bought a game, they came with like little booklets inside. Like, good times, man. Like, them days are gone. You know, games now are just kind of straightforward. I'm always gonna miss the old days, man. I remember going to buy Nintendo 64 games on a cartridge. Now, those were definitely good times. I have that sort of hours in Subnautica The Forest. You know, those are both games I've wanted to play, never played them. I think they're on Game Pass, so I might try it. While sitting here with C64 memories, right? Yeah, Nintendo 64 was one of my favorite consoles, especially for like multiplayer, because like that was like what, a party console pretty much. Like it was the first console that had 4 controller ports. I mean, the PlayStation did it, but you had to go buy like a multi-tap whatever to kind of give you the extensions. And I think the only actual like original Nintendo game that had the oh my god, Zelda. N64 memories, right? Changed my gaming thirst. I love this so much. Yeah, Zelda was a huge impact on a lot of people's gaming life, for sure. I want to say my first Zelda was Super Nintendo, Link to the Past.
Why is she saying Athena, please? Like, you're pushing, and we gotta retreat. Like, a jungle came over there.
I have snow as my power, but I'm warm to the touch. I'm hated by most, but loved by some. Who am I? By the way, chicks, my new state has Blockbuster. Really? What? You guys have Blockbuster? I heard they were coming back, but or is it just not completely gone? I have snow as my power. I am warm to the touch. Are you Elsa from Frozen? Is that who you are? Elsa. Yeah, I just saw that lag spike there. That's crazy, man. I'm probably very wrong on that, but no, not Elsa. Warm to the touch though, so it's not the snowman because the snowman is cold. I have snow as my power. Jack Frost. Never let us know.
Bro, she's fucking.
It's Jack Frost. That yellow snow. Oh my gosh, Jay. Let it snow, let it snow. Jack is not exactly toasty. True, good point. But he is warm. No, he's not warm. I mean, he's I don't know. Is he warm? I mean, he seems to only freeze people if he chooses to. Maybe it's Mr. Freeze from Batman? Is it one of the Pokemons? I'm telling you, these creatures right there look like metapods with legs. That's what they look like. At least to me anyway. And Jay, we haven't played Pokemon in a while. Holy moly, guys. We gotta get Pokemon rolling in soon.
I'm waiting for some gold so I can get my item I needed.
Man, we haven't played that forever. And there's been like massive updates since then. Oh, that hurt
Get
it.
out of there, Josh.
I'm out. Oh, maybe not. Yeah, it really bad.
Dead. I'm dead. I'm so dead.
Wow, look at this. See this, Jay? Look at this. I'm gonna go down to the mine now. Yeah, let's go, bro. I think we did enough here. I just wanted to look, see now you can see it. You know what I'm saying? Before that tree was just blocking it out of the way. I just like that you can see your base thingy now. Nope, try
Hey, she
again.
fucking
So not Jack
isolated
Frost,
right
not
here, like-
Elsa. I need your guys' help, guys. I'm gonna need the chat to help me with this one. Oh yeah, actually, now that you mention it, it's leafy pods. Huh? Really?
I know, I shouldn't be doing this, but I'm going to anyway.
Huh.
He's hurt. I'm dead, but he's hurting.
Not yellow snow? No, they are named Leffy because meta and pod and leaves. And, oh, look, a tree. The hell, this thing? What is this thing? What do you, it wants me to water the garden? Is that what you want me to do right now? Wow. You know, I haven't even checked my, yeah. All right, Jay, hold on. I gotta put this stuff away, bro. I got a bunch of blocks. Let me go in here. Can we get doors to shut automatically? Blocks. Oh, it's full.
You gotta push the mid here. Alright.
Oh, yeah, Jay, you got a bunch of leaves, bro.
Oh, kill him!
Oh, shoot. Sensors open and shut doors, so we gotta get some sensors, and then he is dirty, wants to be cleaned, then fed, then harvest, cleaned, fed, etc, etc. Gotcha. Water hose means don't water the garden. Water your pet.
Come on, Kali. Little bitch.
Where'd you put the seeds? Oh, here, seeds. Or do we want... Yeah, we want mushroom cores in here. Okay. Beeswax? That's crafting items. I'll still put it in here. Or turn on or off lights, etc. Lots of uses. Sensors are awesome. Oh, well then, Jay, we need to start making some sensors, bro. We really need to make some sensors for the place, so that way we can have automatic lights, and we can do some clap on, clap off, and we can have automated doors. I think that would be awesome and a really good feature for us. All right. Most of my rooms are wired to sensors, pitch black until you walk in. Feels cool. I like that. That's epic. Can we...
Okay.
Oh my.
We might have to try it out a little bit. Let me mute myself in the party real quick. Hold on, guys. Alright. Let's see. This is a craftable item. Crafting item. Crafting item. Think we're pretty good now? Alright, so the first one's a bomb. consumables. We're gonna put that in there. Oh. By the way, guys, if you guys are here right now, don't forget to check out our Discord, guys. All right, Jay, I think we're ready to get going. I just don't want to die and lose this stuff, bro. I'm just gonna put these away. Container's full. Shoot, that's the only crafting items we have? Oh, Jay, we need bigger places, bro. All right, yeah, I think we're ready to go down. We're gonna go ahead and check it out there and explore and see what's going on with it. All right. So what do we have? Wait, what are we doing? I got health anyway, so I think we'll be all right. Keep the creatures out of here. I forgot we did all this, bro. Okay, looks good. You always wonder if more torches causes lag? I don't know. It feels the same to me. I would think it can if you have like particle up. Like right now, my settings, I have everything on except for motion blur, claim borders. People told me to turn them off. Well, I'm not really a fan of motion blur. I have this off. I don't know. This is high, fantastic, SMA. But I kept this at 70 and this at 13. I just didn't really see the need to really raise it. I don't think it's gonna matter though. I don't think we're gonna. I don't know. All right, Jay, I'm ready when you are, bro. Looks like we got the downstairs ready. All right, Jay, ready when you are. Let's go, bro. All right, let's take a look around, see what we got down here. Still smacked myself. Oh wow, Jay. Okay, got the chest here. All right, doing it up, doing it good. Oh, speaking of that, Jay, I need an iron mining cell. Do we have an iron? Yeah, so I don't really know, guys. Unless you guys know what chat, but from what I've known, I don't think the lanterns or the torches really cause extra lag. Yeah, there's some down here. Okay, cool. Hey. Wait, this is the dead end? Did we go the wrong way? Oh, we're going down more. Okay. Yeah, I don't like this third person thing though. It just throws me off every time. Now, this down there is the diamond, right? Right, Jay? I think, right? Oh, really? Wait, what? You can set first combat in settings under gameplay. Wow. Wow. How did I skip that? Oh. Yeah, that just happened. I'm not taming that thing anymore. Nope. Oh, that thing racked my face up. At least it kind of remembers all my inventory, like where I had it stored in, though, so that's good. Thank you so much for that, Tweakopedia. Like, honestly, I didn't even know that. Completely skipped all that. Try to tame it. Got myself murdered, guys. That's what I get. Oh, I got you, Jay. Okay. buyer foot is tough. Wait till I meet Thing. Oh gosh. Thing 1, Thing 2, like from Cat in the Hat. See the water down there? Go soak for like 30 seconds. Heals you up free. Really? Wow. How did I not know that? What are we looking for here, Jay? My city and mining cell is damaged? No. Minimal water is great. I always make a spa building. Very Roman bathhouse looking. That does make sense though. It does make sense, the whole healing water thing. Ooh, glowing mushrooms. Mushroom spores? Hey, that's the way to do it, man. Minimal water. Yeah, we need to get a hold of them bad boys. Yeah, first person combat's gonna be so much better now. Salt rock. Too bad I don't hear the sound effect like when you're mining. I can't believe it's already 10 p.m., guys. Oh, the iron mining thing. I gotcha. I see what you're saying. Yo, I need to be careful because oh, there's a bunch of healing water under us. Mode? That's new. Find the diamonds in lava? If you place and touching lava, it turns to a block of salt. Well, let's find out. So these are safe to step on? Oh, it doesn't really attack us. Oh, I need the... Wow, this is cool down here. Whoa. Save, yes. Just watch your heat gauge. My heat gauge. Oh, shoot, I see it. I didn't even know there was a heat gauge. Ooh. The heat gauge, ice gauge, and a corruption gauge. I'm gonna go back because my heat gauge is getting pretty warm. Okay, so now the heat's going down, which is good. Well, that's kind of cool. I like that little addition. That makes sense though, right? I mean, you're in the heat. You can't just like infinite just take the heat like a champ. Okay. Did you find diamond? Yeah, I think I did. I gotta, I used the extractor thingy, but I can't mine down here, so I gotta be careful. Not done yet. Just some survivalness, yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think eating would make sense. Yeah. Oh, but that monster is lava though, right? Go say hi to it. If I go down there, I can't get back up. But no, I agree. I think that would be really nice. I think that would be really good if they did that. Let me get out of this heat real quick, because... lava is still lava. Yay, makes sense. Definitely makes sense, though. One time I forgot to hit follow and my grandparents were eaten by a crazed giraffe. Don't let it happen to you. Click that button. I like that. I think it's time for a protein bar. Let's go check out the diamonds. Shine bright like a diamond. Yeah. Alright, Jay, we gotta get out of here, bro. This is cool, though. I like it. And the lava, like, lights up the dark, too. You having technical difficulties? Well, what's going on there? Queen, everything okay? Is everything alright? That's crazy. For 8 minutes? Yeah. Dang it, I broke it. I forgot how to craft. Oh, advanced extractor made in the crafting menu. Used to extract ore from ore nodes. Place one in ore. Okay, blah blah blah. Should we go back to some iron mining things? Yeah, I might have to. Not even that. My Oh, really? Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm gonna go back to the base. I'm gonna make me right? Okay. So I need a Sibian slab. The heck? An iron bar. I need oh wait, seashells. That's plants, right? Or is that where we have them? No, where were they? I think it was on the craftable items. Yeah. Iron bar? Got a rod. Or do I need to forge this? I forgot, how do we take oh wow. Okay. You want me to make you one, Jay, or you're good? Purple buffs, gotcha. Gotcha. Big two. Yo, I forgot how to, Oh, okay, I see it. Drag on white items from your inventory here to permanently delete them? Oh, we don't want to do that. Oh. Wow, it took me a second to realize that. Bag, not trash. Oh my gosh, you could tell I'm getting tired. Holy crap. Or press Z. Yeah, we're gonna press Z. Z so much better. How? All right. What Creativerse needs is what Ark has, a massive, huge vault. 1,500 slots, fixed storage and sorting. Yeah, I guess I could agree with that. I think the inventory is a bit shady. Like, you can't hold much. How do you drop a certain amount of items? Somebody told us this last time, and I don't remember. Wasn't it like you hover over it and you press E or F? Or no, maybe was it X? No. You can shift drag to separate piles, then drop the second pile or split it. Okay. Okay, yeah, I can't. Yeah. I'm confused. It's a throne. Why is this full? All right, so that's the iron. Next, I'm gonna want to learn to build diamond mining tool. That's my next one. Man, I got so many things I'm trying to craft here. Look at this, my whole left side of my screen. What game is that? Right now we're playing Creativerse. Oh, man. Keep eating the mushrooms. Grab some of these anti-freeze potions. So the last one's indestructible, pretty much. Believe it or not, they last pretty long. I'm surprised. No, it's not on PS4. This one's for PC. Thank you, Jay. It's not like Minecraft. Psh, man, you build a diamond pickaxe, that thing still breaks within the hour. Hold on, guys. Are we ready for this, Jay? Well, at least I got the iron glove now, so I'm happy for that. There was a monster somewhere near, and it's driving me beady. I can hear it. Sounds like a crab. Yeah, it's my pet crab. I gotta give him bread. Is that what he wants? I don't have any bread. How'd you guys know it was a crab? My mushrooms wasn't going down. Does he not like them? Well, if I'm feeding my pet, I gotta feed myself too then. Okay. Can you imagine if the game was mean and just let me feed him all I wanted? Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, they only eat one. Oh. Man, they're all hungry. Jay, what do you need to finish that blueprint, bro? Feed them their favorites? Okay. You need more wood. Dude, you're almost done, bro. You almost got it, man. Yeah, that's it, all done? All right, hold on. Hey, yeah. How do I I think I left it in the base. What the heck is going on here? Are you making clones? Oh, it spawns stuff. Okay. What the heck? Oh, it's a mob spawner for making adventures with enemies. Gotcha. Are we gonna make any more buildings? Well, this little castle was kind of done in this house, but like right now we're trying to build this, but we need you know what? We need wood. We need to build things with the wood. Let's finish it, Jay. We can finish it right now, bro. I think you have the resources, bro. I know for a fact you do, because we just took down a bunch of trees with wood. All right, I think I put them in here. Okay. So for the wooden frames, oh my god, we can do all this. We can plow, washer. What do you need? You need these, right? So what are these? Same workshop? All right, let's finish that. Let's finish that building real quick, guys. We're gonna finish it. So the Grand Arctic chest, that's the biggest chest we can build in the game. Oopsie daisy. I keep throwing that thing by accident. Alright, alright, first of all, we need to uncraft some of this stuff. Explore, build, ranch, tinker. Okay, how do I change my recipes? How do I take them out? Yeah. So I have to manually go into it to untrack it? How do I know it's being tracked? Okay, wood roof, and then we need to build this. Wood roof. Okay, so wood roof. All right, gotcha. But first of all, we need to know how many we're building here. Hold on, Jay. Holy mackerel, dude! What the? All right. All right, so for the for wood roof, we're gonna need 284 for the wood roof thingy. And then for the fence, we need 303. Or wait, what the? Why is it not? What? Why is it not letting me? Oh. Okay, so we're just changing them. Okay, so what am I supposed to do here? Am I not allowed to do this because this is his server? Hold on. Take the blocks you created and go find the spots that you need them. You have to build it, not just throw blocks into a cube. Right. Ow! Yo, what the heck is going on? Jay, you broke it, bro. Gotta start taming all these things. Looks like we're eating some, whatever they're called tonight. Okay, so how do I do this? The parts that are highlighted? Oh. Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Never mind, used to be different. There you go, you're learning. I thought we just threw it in a cube and it built it for us. Oh, it's too good to be true, right? Wow. So this one is almost done, Jay. Yep, almost. We need like what, 218 or 212? I mean, learning is fun, knowledge is power, and stuff. Right? Oh man. All right, so we need to build some wooden fence, and we need some more wood roofs. Wood wall? I got wood wall. What do we need that at? Oh, that's wood floor. Thank you, Jay. I'll be right back. Yep, we're gonna finish this house here tonight. Bum 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 bum. I think we're almost done with all this, guys. I think we almost got it. Okay. This is different, you know, like. So we need what? Wood wall? $200 roof doesn't go as far as they used to, right? Exactly 40 blocks to go. Looks like a lot of fencing. Oh gosh, yeah, I see a lot of fencing going on here. I don't have that log, shoot. Oh. The wood wall? I need just a couple more. Where the heck are they? We got a couple right here. We don't have like actual stairs here. Oh no. You do that too always? Yeah, everybody talks about that sometimes. So like when I play video games, a lot of times I pick the ladies. I feel like even in Sea of Thieves, my character is a lady. Like a lot of times I understand you're a guy, you want to pick a guy character just to kind of pertain to who you are. But I feel like there's just not enough female characters in the games. You know what I'm saying? Like if I play like even Fallout, when I played Fallout, I was a lady. And this game doesn't have voice chat. I'm not like role playing or anything, so I'm gonna pick a chick, you know. But if I'm playing a game like Grand Theft Auto 5 and I'm role playing, obviously I don't want to look like a girl and sound like a dude because that's just weird. Unless that's how I want to role play it, of course. But that's a different story. Or that's, yeah, that's a good way to look at it. Absolutely. I totally agree with that. Oh, I think we found it. Shoot. Okay, so the wooden walls are done. Now we just need 120 for the ramp, and then literally do cragwood. We don't even need that many, bro, to be honest. Okay, oh yeah, no, I'm getting some stutters here and there. I don't have any cragwood? Where the heck did we get that? Really? Yeah, that's crazy. Cragwood log. I think that's what I gotta do here. Jay, I don't know, bro. I think I broke it. I know, right? I'm trying to think. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. What if we, No, that makes wooden rods. How the heck do I get, You know what? I'm gonna do it the easy way. Where is it? Never mind. Yeah, we need cragwood. It's super common. Gotcha. You have to either find cragwood in a box or out in the forest. Well, one of them's gotta be it, right? Let's go get some cragwood. The purple sack. Wow. Alright, so cragwood's about to be done then. Wow. Okay, cragwood. We need one more. There's one more spot for where? You're completely back? There you go. I hope everything's okay. Okay, so nothing over there in that direction, so, Yeah, I don't like these ramps, though. We need better ramps than this. Ah, just murdered myself. Wow. But there we go, that's much better now. All right, first of all, where is this last piece of wood going? It's got to be somewhere, guys, but where? Yeah, right? I let my HP get so low, I don't know why. You said something about you are one with snow, or snow is your power, but you're warm as a touch, something like that. Okay, let's see here. Jay, did you find the spot for it? Thank you, Tweak. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all the help, too. You were very helpful. Have fun modding. Okay. I don't know where this last block is going. It's got to be somewhere, Jay. Gotta be somewhere, guys. But where could it be? Okay. There's a bunch of those walking around right now. I have snow as my power, but I'm warm to the touch. I'm hated by most, but loved by some. Especially by my brother, who is super dumb. Who am I? Snow angels? I have power. I have snow as my power. But I'm warm to the touch. Clouds? Snow angels? Snowman. Jay, I really don't know where it goes, bro. And then we also still need the fences too. Have you made any fences? Huh. Jay's gonna start taking out some of the leaves just to look around. Is it a superhero? Wait a minute. I have snow as my power, but I'm warm to the touch. I'm hated by most, but some... Sub-Zero? Now you got me thinking. I'm not really sure. What we need to do here. I can get a hit through the build? No, yeah, you're right. I didn't even think about that. Let's go check the build real quick. Oh, you can customize it, like change the type of blocks you have for it or something. Only the person who placed it. All right, Jay, I need you to look for this, bro. So rude wood roof. Okay, well that's pretty cool. That way now everybody has like the same looking place, right? That's awesome. Oh, I gotta stretch. Chunks, what's going on? Hola. ¿Cómo está? I didn't know you speak Spanish. You speak Spanish, señor? ¿Yo hablo en español? Está bien. No, que tú sabes. No, ¿por qué no? ¿Por qué tú hablas solo poquito? No quieres hablar mucho. Yo no sé por qué. ¿Qué pasó? Tú está bien. Ah, uno vuelve a tener mucho rocando. Yo no sé qué pasó. No, just playing. No, I don't speak Spanish either, bro. The sad thing is I am Spanish, but I don't really speak it. I understand, but I just don't speak it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can understand, like, when I listen to the music, I can put them together and understand what the song's about. But I can't do, like, I can't just sit in front of somebody and speak fluent. I can't do it. Jay, go ahead and look at this thing. It should tell you we need one more piece of wood. It should show you where you need it. You want to learn though? Yeah. Well, honestly, it just depends on your environment. Like, there's a lot of Spanish in my area, so I had no choice but to learn. And then there's a lot of, like, you know, every environment is different, so schools will teach you. There's learning dictionaries, Rosetta Stone, things like that. Even online tutorials if you want. But for the most part, like I said, your best bet, honestly, is the environment. So, like, you really want to learn it, just be around it. That's all. That's all you gotta do. You'll catch on real quick. You know. It's been a long day, guys. How long have I been live? 5-6 hours? Oh, and we streamed earlier, so we did about 7 hours today. About 7 hours, 7-8 hours. That's too much. Oh my god, we streamed for like 2 days. But I've been promising you guys, you know. And by the way, guys, if you're coming in right now, don't forget, we're doing a giveaway. Not right now, but really soon. You guys get points for being in here, so you get retro coins. So the more retro coins you have, the more, of course, it did it wrong. Let me do this again. Of course it doesn't want to work. What's wrong with my chat boxes? They're being derpity derp. Yeah, the more retro coins you have, the more chances you get at what the hell? There we go. I have to do it twice? Why do I gotta do it twice? Bum 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 bum. Alright, Jay, I can't figure out that piece of life. Did you put the wooden thingies down? Oh, you did the wooden fence. So we need the wooden roofs. We're not done with the wooden roofs? Actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Before we go crazy with anything, guys. We have the you gotta be kidding me, bro. That I found the missing piece area. Oh gosh, I'm coming. I'm coming. Wow. Oh, we did it, Jay. Woo! We just built our own fort. We just built our own fort. We just built our own fort because we're really smart. Good job, Jay. Good job, bro. We accomplished something. Woo! Oh my gosh. How does it look from afar? Let me go up here. Hey, look at that beauty, bro. Look at that beauty. Here, let's do this. We're gonna have to take that tree out. It's a lot of work, man. Why do trees look like that in the distance? I wonder if that draw distance has anything to do with it. We're at 13. It doesn't matter. Oh, I see. It loaded a few extra chunks out there. Yeah, I see the extra chunks coming in. Game's running okay. So it has to load them as we go in. Ah. It looks good though. Some of the wood don't make any sense, but hey. I'm gonna try supervillain. It's a supervillain? Is it a superhero? It's a supervillain. So it's not Sub-Zero then. It's not Jack Frost. Elsa's a good guy, so that's not that. Who else has freezing? Thank you, Jim. It's a man. It's not ice, or was it silver ice surfer? It's not Sub-Zero. It's not Mr. Freeze. Take it easy, Chunks. Thank you, man. I really appreciate you coming in. I don't know. Honestly, I do not know. Oh yeah, it does show where Jay is, which is good. Yeah, see? So everything's on max right now and the game runs fine. I think it's just when it loads certain render chunks. Ooh, Chunks, thank you for the cheer bits, bro. I'm about to die. Oh, I almost got hurt just now. Where the heck you come from? Man, all these animals are making so much noise. So there's no like limit to how much we capture here? Oh gosh, I am getting kind of tired, guys. We'll probably be getting off here soon. All right, right. So that fort was completed. Okay, we need bombs. Let's build some bombs, bro. The ship? Wait, there's a ship? Let me see here. Blueprints. The event arena. That one looks pretty interesting. We got the flying pyramid sanctuary. The ship, you said? Oh, Creativerse is over here. Oh. We got the medieval fantasy ship. There's a lot in the Steam Workshop here. These are kind of cool. There's so many, bro. I'll have to check this out later. You have a good night, Heaviness. Yeah, I appreciate you coming in, though. I really do. I have the power of snow, but I'm warm to the touch. I'm hated by most and loved by some, mainly by my brothers, who is super dumb, by the way. I was adopted. Who am I? Oh my god, why is this now ringing a bell? Wow. I have the powers of snow. Snowblower? I don't know, it blows warm air when it touches. Oh. Oh no, that's a good one. That is really a good one. Jay, I think I might take a break, bro. Twix is getting tired. No, not a snowblower? We did accomplish quite a bit till today. We need to get these trees out of here, bro. Did you build bombs? Oh. The ship. Well, where are we gonna build it though? We're gonna build it near the, or we're gonna have to make our own pond. Yeah, but look underneath now. This looks so weird. Well, now you can customize it though, however you want. So you don't have to do like... I just don't get like... No? Huh. The brothers. That's interesting. I don't know. I don't know. What do you think, Jay? Honestly, I'm stuck. Honestly, you might have to say that riddle for the next stream. Or unless we can figure this out. I don't know. I've said quite a few people and none of them are right. I have the power of snow, but I am warm to the touch. So this person's got snow powers, but they're warm to the touch. Wait, hold on a second. I have the power of snow, but I'm warm to the touch. I made it by myself, or I made it by most, but loved by some main light. By my brother, who is super dumb. Last name is Odison. By the way, I was adopted. Odison. Why? That's something, like, for some reason that's ringing a bell there. Now I know this is now Odison sounds like something Greek mythology. Or Odison. Odison, not Odison. Odison. But the power of snow? It's not Loki or Thor because they don't have snow powers. Who has snow powers? Not Zeus. Zeus has lightning. Hades? No. Let me think. Not even none of the Marvel heroes. I can't think of any of them right now. Thank you, Jay. Honestly, I have no idea. Odison. I have the power of snow, but I'm warm to the touch. I'm hated by most, but loved by song. Mainly my brother, who is super dumb. Last name Odison. By the way, I was adopted, and I am a Norse mythology guy. Dang it, I knew it! Norse. Ymir? No, Ymir's not a Norse. No, yeah, he is. It's not Ymir? Dang it, who else has snow? See, I know this because I play Smite. Is it Scotty, Ymir, shoot. the thing is though, in Smite, I know Odin doesn't have snow powers, but in the actual mythology, no, nah, not Odin. It can't be Odin. I don't think so. Unless it's that Norse hunter from Smite, Uller. You said it was a guy, not a female. Female probably would have been Scotty, because she has snow abilities. Uller doesn't though, but Uller is a Norse. It's got to be Scott. Well, no, you said a man. You said male, right? So it's, if it's a female, it's Scotty. If it's male, it's got to be Uller. I'm gonna type it. I don't remember how to spell his name. I think it's something like that. It's gotta be. I have no idea. I keep eating a wasted mushroom. Yo, we're... Oh, you want the fancy schmancy one. You out of your mind. Or is this a joke about me and my character? Is that what's going on here? So what is this, a new blue, get a block kit? Wait, what is all this? Still missing tall grass. Alright guys, I think we're gonna get some shut-eye. Jay, thank you so much, bro. We made it pretty far. We did pretty good. We're gonna get some rest, guys. I want to thank everybody for coming in. Hopefully we can solve this riddle before we go. Right, let's take a look here. I have the powers of snow, but I'm warm. But I'm warm to touch. I'm hated by most, but loved by some, mainly my brother, who is super dumb. His last name is Odin. Odin, or Odin's son. Holy crap. That scared the crap out of me. have the powers of snow. I'm warm to the touch. I'm hated by most, but loved by some. Mainly my brother, who is super dumb. His last name is Odin, son, by the way. I was adopted, and I am a Norse mythology god. But then again, I am the king of lies. Loki? Loki was a Norse, I believe. But the whole snow thing throws me off. Are you serious? See, I knew it was Thor related. But Loki? He is a Norse god. But how? I have the powers of snow, but warm touch. See, that's what threw me off right there. Wow, I figured it out. Yeah! We did it. Finally, we did it. Oh my gosh, it took a while, guys, but you know what? We did it, though. The main thing is we did it, right? That's the main thing. It's really good. Because of his true father. True. Okay, you're right. You got a good point there. Very true. Oh my gosh. And I said Ymir. Oh dear jeez. What am I gonna do? Yo, that was really good though. Thank you so much for that. Bows, I'm forever. Yeah, that was a good riddle. You're right. The snow thing threw me off. Sometimes the answer is not always what it seems. Alright, we gotta clear this up, guys. Big time. Okay, so that's all right there. Yeah. Alright guys, I better get some shut-eye though. I'll have to get back to this later. I don't want to overdo it, guys, because then I'm going to be too tired. Alright. Probably going to look into some Star Citizenship, see what we can get there. But you guys are going to be seeing me in a galaxy here soon, Jay. Hopefully we can get you on there as well, too, bro. It'd be nice to have you on there with me. You about to name your kitten Loki? There you go. That'd be a nice name for a cat. Get a Loki, get a Thor, get the Gatekeeper. I forgot what the Gatekeeper's name was. Good job, Jay. Look at all these trees blocking everything, bro. Like blocking everything. Oh, oh, your kitten is named after Loki. Okay, there you go. Well, that's how you did that. That's how you put a lot of thought into it. Yeah, I remember you telling me that. I have a really short attention span, honestly, I do. Does everybody have pets? There we go, come on. There we go, guys. We're collecting away. Look at that. Right. Man, I can't wait for the new Resident Evil, man. The only thing is, I don't like the way they made Jill. Jill looks kind of, I don't know. Her character model is just not really cutting it for me and for my taste. Like Leon and Claire in Resident Evil 2, I feel like they did great. I'm in trouble now. Uh-oh. Trix has done it again. Yeah, you're gonna have so much leaves, bro. Wow. There we go. Now we're clearing up daytime. Jeez, how many of these do we need? Gonna be a harder riddle? Okay, yeah. This one I guessed it, but it took me a few tries though. No. We'll definitely come back to this soon, guys. We'll come back to that. At least everything is looking pretty good here. Yeah, I want to thank you for the game, bro. I mean, thank you so much for the riddle. We're gonna get some rest now here, guys. Thank you so much for everything. I'll catch you guys in the next podcast. Don't forget, like I said, by the end of the month, we're gonna go ahead and try to get that giveaway going for you guys. And then, other than that, I'm gonna get some rest. I'm tired. All right. I had a nice chat with you guys. You guys have a great night. I'll see you guys soon. Bye bye.